Well, we are live. Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube. At 973 ESPN, you can watch the show live. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. We got a fun day today. We're going to talk a little bit of this, a little bit of that. It's kind of like a 4-for-4 kind of day. Eagles still don't have an offensive coordinator, but there's news around the Eagles that might be interesting. We're going to hear what Jeff McClain reported on his latest Uncovering the Birds podcast, which was pretty big. Pretty big. We'll talk about that later on in the show. The Phillies, 2 weeks from today, pitchers and catchers report in Clearwater. We're going to talk about the NL East and the National League in general. Sal Licata from SNY New York, the Sal Licata Show. We're getting his take on what is the Mets' view of the Phillies offseason. We'll also talk to Sal as a Knicks guy. Does he look at the Sixers as a contender in the East? It was something we talked about yesterday. It was our poll question, and it was about 50-50. A little bit more people than I thought the Sixers were actually contenders in the East, and I'm a little surprised by that. We'll also talk to him about the Giants and the Eagles, and, are we starting to see every so often there is that crossover where there's a team that's been the dominant team in the division, and then there's that little switch. And you see it happen here and there. For years, it was New England, and then Buffalo kind of swooped over and took over. Now maybe New England is swooping back, and Buffalo's kind of taking the back seat. For years and years and years, it was Kansas City in the West. Is now Kansas City's time coming to an end, and Denver swooping in there. For years and years and years, it was Green Bay and Minnesota in the North. Well, now Chicago and Detroit are the two teams. Now, I get it. Green Bay was in the playoffs this year. Detroit was not, but Detroit was the 1 seed last year. And you see it a lot of places. Philadelphia has been the team in the East. And, here it's Dallas, there it's Washington. But is there a feeling with John Harbaugh now, as the head coach of the Giants, that swing could be coming from the bottom and that the Giants could propel themselves to the top? So we're going to do a little New York, Philadelphia kind of autopsy today on those teams with Sal Licata. Always covered Sal. You used to hear him on WFAN New York. He now is host of the Sal Licata Show. And if you are a North Jersey, of our listeners up there in that Toms River area, a little bit more north in Northern Ocean County or Monmouth County, up that way, if you have SNY, you probably see Sal on SNY TV. So, Sal at 2:30. Looking forward to that. We'll do some Flyers with Durso. They lost again last night. Got a hat trick. You had Vladar, and you had a loss. And now you're starting to wonder, another lost season? I looked at the standings last night after the game. Philadelphia currently is 6 points out of a top 3 spot in the Metro. And you're like, okay, there's another avenue. What about the wild card? In the wild card, they're even further. They're further out of a wild card spot right now than they are a playoff spot in the Metro. We're about the same. I say they're further. They are further out. They're 65 points for Montreal and Boston. They're the two playoff teams. The Islanders are at 63. So they're further out of the wild card right now than they are the playoffs in the Metro. This is another lost season. It's going down that road. They're 2-7-1 in their last 10. They've lost 2 in a row again. I had this conversation, my good friend Billy Schwein from the locker room. He's a hockey guy. I'm more of a basketball guy. He hated the process. I like the process. Why? The Sixers became a team that you were disappointed by the fact that they didn't win based on the fact that they lost for a couple of years, but they obtained enough talent that you now started to believe in them. The Flyers have not come out and said we're trying to lose on purpose. The problem is they haven't made the playoffs in 5 years, now going on 6. What talent do they have to show for their ineptitude? Nothing. They got nothing that gets me excited. They got nothing that makes me turn on the TV. So I want to talk to Durso about this coming up. Do you agree or disagree with me, Josh, that the Flyers are in no man's land still? Because they had a lot of assets. They had a lot of draft choices. And they're kind of telling us right now, none of those guys are really ready to help us. And it seems that the draft choices that they've been making they're striking out on.
I don't think that comparing basketball to hockey is not an apples-to-apples comparison, because in basketball, you can draft a guy, and that guy can have an immediate
I'm not
impact.
comparison in that way. I'm saying the Flyers have been bad. They haven't made the playoffs in 5 years. This will be the 6th year if they don't make it.
Right.
Okay. What's the fruits of their labor of not being a good team? What do I have to be excited about? Okay, I didn't make the playoffs. When I don't make the playoffs, my hope is by not making the playoffs, the trade-off is I don't get to experience playoff hockey, but I should be able to restock my coffers.
Right.
That's not happening.
It's not happening in the immediate return on investment type of happening. I think that's where I feel like, for me, it's not a fair analysis, because unless you think Mishkov is a bust, Zegras is going to get injured again.
I don't think Mishkov's a bust, but I will say.
And that every draft pick is all going to fail.
I don't think Michov's a bust, but I think we can now come to terms with maybe he's not the guy who is the guy. Maybe he's just a really good player, and that's cool. But guess what really good players get you? Stuck.
They do, but I would also say that there's a lot of
Zegras,
guys like that.
And Zegras, by the way, they did not draft him.
No, but they
acquired him because of their ineptitude. They ended up getting him based on the fact that he didn't want to be someplace else. So, yes, they got Zegras, and he's a very good player. Again, a very good player. So now they have Zegras, Michkov. I'm talking about you've been bad.
Right.
What have I accumulated because of my ineptitude that I should say, because I was bad, okay, I didn't make the playoffs, that sucks, but I got this guy and this guy and this guy and this guy because of how bad we've been.
And I totally hear you. I just think that your synopsis is very down on the entire Flyers pipeline.
Okay, maybe I'm ignorant to their pipeline. I'm reading them. They signed Dvorak to a 5-year deal, and the messaging is, why would you sign that guy to a 5-year deal? Well, we have young players. Do you not trust those players? Do you not think that those players are ready? Not my words.
They're definitely not ready.
When we talked to Durso, that's what he said was, that's an indictment on guys like Lichenko and some of the draft choices.
Because those guys are not ready.
They do not think those guys are ready. So, yes, I drafted these guys. I had a lot of draft choices, and I started to stockpile some guys. And now I'm not hearing that any of them are ready. So the fruits of my labor are not there. I haven't made the playoffs in 5 years, but because I haven't made the playoffs, I started to stockpile a little bit of talent, and we might start to turn the corner here. I'm watching this team last night, 5-3, another loss, 4-0 the other night, and you would say, well, they played a better team than the Islanders. The Islanders have 63 points. They're 6 points ahead. They're the third team in the Metro. If you're telling me I get whitewashed by a team that's third in the Metro and I'm fourth, I'm that far away from them that I can't compete?
Now, listen, to me, that's more of an indictment of roster building than you were bad for so long and the assets you drafted are not coming along. I would say that if your frustration is, hey, this is year 3 for Danny Briere, if I remember correctly. So, if you're saying that, hey, you came in, we understood for the first 2 years you were having to clean up Chuck Fletcher's mess. Now it's year 3, and the roster building has not progressed far enough. You hired a coach who's supposed to take you to the next level, and you're not taking that next step. Then, yes, that's where I would agree.
All right, well, I'm just wondering if people are on the same page as me. I'm not hockey guy first. I'm just giving you my generalized synopsis from watching afar, and I would be frustrated if I was the hockey guy And those are the reasons
See,
why.
I'm more frustrated, and of the two of us, I'm much more of the hockey guy. For me, I don't look at the Dvorak contract as the biggest problem, the biggest indictment. The biggest indictment to me is that when you traded away Cutter Gauthier and you acquired Jamie Drysdale, that's the only move you've made in the last 2 years to improve the defenseman.
Right.
The defenseman has been a problem for over a decade.
The
defenseman was a problem when Danny Briere played on this team.
And you can maybe say, hey, listen, you're thinking about this too much from a basketball standpoint, in that you lose in the basketball, you end up drafting a guy, and then that guy gives you immediate returns. Okay, fine. I can understand it. However, I do know that there are times in hockey that these teams have lost purposely and ended up with a player and now have turned their teams around. I'm looking at teams like Edmonton. That team was bad.
But they were bad multiple times, and they walked away with, bang, bang, bang. Like, to me, Edmonton is more like OKC.
They were really bad, and then they hit on it. They hit every time, right?
Which is hard,
right? Buffalo was bad for a long time. Now they're finally getting good.
Ish.
Yes. Toronto, by the way, who's the worst team in the East right now, but they had a run because they were bad. They end up getting Austin Matthews, and they turn some things around there. So there are teams that have landed that guy. Chicago, obviously, a couple of years ago, had the number 1 overall pick, and it hasn't worked out for them either.
Right. Also, the Sharks. The Sharks have had multiple guys they've drafted. It hasn't worked out either. So it's kind
They're finally turning the corner, San Jose.
They're turning the corner, but I don't know if they're turning the corner to championship contender. I think they're turning the corner to be like, thank the Lord we're not going to have 20 wins this year.
Now, Ryan in EHC says hockey prospects take like 4 or so years to really develop. Could Lichenko be a bust? Sure. I agree that these guys do take a little while. My point is, Ryan, you're going on the 6th year now that they're probably not going to make the playoffs. So you were hoping that some of the guys from 4 to 5 years ago
Correct.
that you drafted should be starting to come to the NHL level to help you out.
But to use an analogy, I would look at it as also like 5 years ago was a different regime. So how much do we look at the current regime and say, you guys got to do better with the guys from the previous regime?
Yeah, and by the way, I had no intention to go down this road to start the show today. I was just kind of setting it up, and then it just kind of got my blood boiling. I want to see playoff hockey. Durso,
Me too.
We'll talk about it coming up at 3:30 today. We'll dive a little deeper into this stuff. But is anybody else looking at it and say, you know what? They haven't made the playoffs in 5 years? Yeah, I'm starting to get a little ticked off that this organization does it feel like it is moving in the right direction? I don't know. Maybe hockey guy out there like Ryan in EHT is saying, hey, man, no, I see the fruits of the labor. Someone like me is saying, I haven't seen the playoff hockey in 5 years. What do I have to be excited about?
Can I say that I fall in between both of you? That I feel like I feel like I need to see more. That's how I look at it.
I would say a couple things. One,
Yeah.
they still don't have the goaltending situation. I know Vladar's had a nice year, but, I mean, he's not the long-term answer at that position.
To me, the bigger issue is defensemen.
I was going to say, coupled with they don't have a top-line defenseman in my lifetime, and they still do not have a pairing that is that stud number 1 pairing.
And
You're going with guys
Yeah.
who are second-line guys playing defense, and you're putting them on the first line.
Correct.
And now Ristolainen, that signing has not worked out.
Well, again, but that was Chuck Fletcher.
I know. I'm not blaming this. I'm just saying it has not worked out.
But that's what I say.
Sanheim is a second line.
Right.
If he's your second line top guy, fine. Can't have him masquerading on the first line and telling me he's your best guy.
But the same with Drysdale. You can't keep masquerading and telling me Drysdale is the guy, and and the same with Cam York. Cam York is another young guy that there was a lot of hope and promise. Team USA, blah, 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 blah. And he's just meh.
Low IQ. And York, to me, every time you watch him, you don't think of Caulfield being the next pick and say, oh, they got him. We took York.
We took York. That's the biggest problem, or the biggest gut punches of them all.
Yeah, I mean, you get Cole Caulfield. He scored his 30th goal of the season.
The two big misses are Cam York instead of Cole Caulfield, and the other big miss was Nolan Patrick instead of Cale Makar.
Yeah. Well, that Patrick draft, they lucked out by getting the second pick and then it was a draft where it was meh, and some of the guys that were supposed to be meh actually turned out to be better than they were anticipated to be.
I just
you had
go back,
Hughes go to Jersey,
sure,
and he wasn't the home run number 1 overall pick. It was really him and Patrick.
To me, well, you're thinking of also Nico Hirschner. So he was the number 1 pick that year. Nolan Patrick number 2. But there was reporting out there that basically,
What did I say? Hughes?
Yeah.
Hirschner, yeah.
Hirschner.
Jersey. I'm thinking Jersey, Hughes.
Who was
Jersey,
the GM?
Hirschner.
Hextall. Hextall apparently wanted Patrick. Everyone else wanted McCarr. He basically pushed and shoved his way to the front of the line to get Patrick. And, well, then about 20 concussions later, he's on the league anymore.
Paul from Millville, Mike, the hockey fan base is not the Sixer fan base. The tanking and losing on purpose is unacceptable, especially when you're not getting a return on that investment. I've been screaming from the Raptors that Danny Briere is incompetent. He was a great player in his day, but looks completely lost running the organization. We need a guy that really knows how to run the front office. The Sixers fans may be okay with wasting seasons, but Flyers fan base is not okay with that. Thanks. From Paul. Well, guess what, Paul? You might not be okay with wasting 5 seasons, but you have.
Right.
You might not know it. Hey, don't pee on my head and tell me it's raining. That's what's going on here, dude. They wasted 5 years because they don't have anything that you could say to Paul. Hey, Paul, you know what? We tried to make the playoffs. We just fell short. And in return, we got nothing. At least if they were dead last and they said, hey, you know what we ended up with? Hey, we got Austin Matthews. You'd be like, okay, that was worth it. Instead, hey, man, I got Cam York.
And I think part of the problem with this conversation also is hockey guy understands some of the nuances. The non-diehard hockey guy like you, Mike, you know, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, so please correct me if I'm wrong. There's a part of you that's like, I kind of don't care about the nuance. I want to see this team make the postseason. Do whatever it takes to get there. I don't want to hear about what other teams do.
Well, listen, I don't want to be stuck on the hamster wheel. It's the whole point in the NBA. You don't want to be the team that's the 8 seed, the 9. Back in the day, it was the 8 seed, the 7 seed, the 6 seed. You were just kind of on that hamster wheel going around of, hey, I made the playoffs at 42-42. I'm the 8 seed. I got my doors blown off by the number 1 seed, and now I'm in the draft, and I can't get any talent to get me out of the middle of the road. And now you're on that little thing. Hockey is a little different where you could be a middle seed and make the deep run. The problem with the Flyers is they can't even be a middle seed. They can't get into the playoffs. And when you're not making the playoffs, you would hope that the 5 seasons that you haven't made the playoffs, that you got some sort of discernible player or two that you would start to say, hey, we didn't make the playoffs, but because we didn't make the playoffs, we've now loaded and restocked the talent. Now, maybe they have more talent at the minor league level or the whatever level in their system.
In their system,
that I'm giving them credit for. That, hey, in 2 to 3 years from now, like my Nick Sirianni here, I've been planting my seeds and the flower is just going to bloom all of a sudden. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I haven't heard about him, and I don't see it.
Well, for example, Porter Martone, the guy they drafted last year, he's a guy that a lot of people think is going to be a stud in the future. But the problem is, Mike, that's 2-3 years down the road. Well, if this team doesn't turn around 2-3 years down the road, Danny Briere and Keith Jones and Rick Taka might not even be here to see the fruits of it.
All right, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Sports Bash Live. I want to get into this one other thing before we move on.
Just one more thing?
So Durso at 3:30.
Yes.
There is a report today, Jake Fisher, who is a very well-respected guy in the basketball world, and Mark Stein. They are reporting this together. Jake Fisher and Mark Stein are reporting that Giannis Antetokounmpo has interest. It says Antetokounmpo says the prospect of teaming up with Tyrese Maxey is interesting to Antetokounmpo. So, is this really going to start generating the buzz that I didn't think was actually going to be there? That Giannis may, in fact, want to play with Maxey. Now, it says Philadelphia has not contacted Milwaukee about an Antetokounmpo deal, but sources say the prospect of teaming up with Maxey, who, like Giannis, works with trainer Drew Hanlon, has the 76ers on Antetokounmpo's radar. Are we in on that? We're going to talk to Michael Caskey-Blomain about it.
I think
at
it's certainly
4:30.
fascinating, but I think there's one name missing from that report. Drew Hanlen's other client.
Embiid.
Why doesn't Giannis want to play with Embiid?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't read the whole article. It's one of those paid articles that you have to read the whole thing.
Sure.
I haven't seen anything more than that. But that is the big thing there, is that he is saying that he is interested in playing with at least Maxey.
Correct.
And now, to get that type of deal done, there's two things here. One, you got to trade Paul George, and I don't think anybody has any problems with that.
No.
The other part of it is, from what I understand, the ask would be Edgecombe plus multiple first-round picks. I'm talking 3, maybe more.
And then the question is, does the Sixers even have that many picks?
Well, they have the extra pick from the Clippers.
Okay.
Yes, they do have that many picks. I mean, yes, they own their picks, except for they have that thing with Oklahoma City at some point.
I think it's
going to
2028, isn't it?
It is protected, I think, for one more season, something to do like that. But they have all their picks from now, and then they have the extra pick in 2029 from the Clippers.
Gotcha.
So they have 2 picks in 2029.
So they do have the pick assets to swing.
Yes.
The question is, though, is it worth the swing?
That's what we're going to try to ask today. All right, 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. A couple more text messages. Mike, got to keep in mind about the Flyers. 2 of those bad years came off that COVID year when we were the hottest team going forward into the playoffs. COVID break happened. They fell off. They figured to run it back and were terrible. Then went in the coaching carousel. That's from Croce. Yeah, well, I know. The Fletcher years, they miscalculated some stuff. Then, quite frankly, I think they miscalculated when they hired Tortorella. They hired a guy that was supposed to be to try to help you win. Instead, you needed a guy that was more interested in helping you develop.
Yeah, and what they did was they skipped a step. They didn't bring in the Brett Brown. They immediately jumped to Doc Rivers.
Yeah, they tried to bring in a guy that was like going to excite the fan base, and I don't think it worked. Do you?
Absolutely not.
All right, that's what we got today. Early Nuggets, 3 o'clock for Nick. MKB on the Sixers coming up a little bit later on as well. The Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show, 97.3 ESPN on the YouTube channel. You can watch the show live there. Sal Licata, he'll be on the YouTube channel. Be able to see him coming up in about 7 minutes from now. Hey, throughout the day today, we're going to be giving away some tickets all day long to the Metro, which is in Atlantic City today at Stockton University. It's the first day of the tournament, the Metro Classic, which has the best high school basketball players in the nation. Cade Cunningham, VJ Edgecombe, Karl Anthony Town, they all played in this tournament. You're going to see guys at that level. So, starting in the 3 o'clock hour, we'll start to give away some of those tickets right here on the Sports Bash. You can get tickets at MetroClassicBasketball.com. Coming up next, Mets or Phillies, Knicks or Sixers, Giants or Eagles. We're going to do a little Philly, New York autopsy. Sal Licata from SNY TV in New York joins me next on the Sports Bash.
But I just say I think we're content where we are at this point.
That was Dave Dombrowski. We're content where we are at this point. You guys heard him say that. 2 weeks away, Phillies pitchers and catchers, they will report in Clearwater. That's what Dave Dombrowski said. So in that time, the Phillies have missed out on Bo Bichette. They have seen Kyle Tucker go to the Dodgers. They've seen the Mets trade for Luis Robert Jr. and Freddie Peralta. Have the Mets passed the Phillies? You know, they lost Pete Alonso. They traded Brandon Nimmo. We're going to take a little autopsy dive into how these teams stack up, plus the Sixers and the Knicks. What's going on there? You know, the Sixers play the Kings tonight. You can listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. One of the things, too, is when you think about this, you know, the Phillies won 96 games last year. The Mets didn't even make the playoffs. The Mets traded away Alonso and Nimmo, two guys that have really hurt the Phillies over the years here. They've added Bichette and Luis Robert Jr. Do you look at the Mets lineup, if you're the Phillies, and say that lineup is better than the lineup that we had to battle with the last couple of years? Is their pitching better? I think the one thing, you know, the Mets look at the pitching. When the Phillies paced the pitching of the Mets, the young guys last year, they struggled mightily in those games. So now that those guys get full seasons, do the Mets like their pitching? It'll be interesting to see how the two teams stack up. Obviously, the Phillies pitching is, I don't want to say a question mark, the starting pitching, but you don't know what Wheeler's going to do. You don't know when he returns. That is something that is definitely, you know, something they have to worry about. When's Wheeler back? Sanchez, by the way, I don't know if you guys read this over at 97.3 ESPN.com. Sanchez is going to pitch in the World Baseball Classic. Don't know that I love it. Listen, nobody wants you to see your guys pitching for a team that's not yours because they can get hurt somewhere else. Now, the fact that Sanchez is in the World Baseball Classic, that's a nice accomplishment for him, but I don't want to see that. Unfortunately, you're going to see it. Nola, he's pitching for Italy in the World Baseball Classic. So the Phillies are going to have to – they have 10 guys, Phillies do, 10 guys that the Phillies are going to be loaning out to the World Baseball Classic, which means what? Those 10 guys, Harper, Brad Keller, Nola, Sanchez, couple others, they're not going to be at spring training. They're not going to be there with the Phillies as they get ready for this season.
And a real quick reminder on the flip side, Jose Luzardo explained on MLB Tonight why he's skipping the World Baseball Classic.
Going off of a career high in innings last year and a career high in workload, looking forward to a free agent year, I thought it was, the most intelligent decision to, kind of bypass the Classic. Unfortunately, it was something, again, super hard and super difficult decision, but I felt like it was the most intelligent one. So hopefully in 3 or 4 years, I'm able to do it again and represent Venezuela.
Yeah, I mean, I like that answer that he's putting the team first. I like the answer that he's saying, hey, team first, I got to get ready for the season. Let's go that way. If you look, I can't criticize these guys for doing it. That being said, it is what it is. Sanchez, Nola, Harper, Keller, these guys are all going to be gone. 10 guys. All right, we're going to do a little autopsy now of New York, Philadelphia sports. Sal Licata, the Sal Licata Show, SNY TV in New York. He's set to join us right now to take a look at this because we just played the bite right before Sal popped on here, and we'll bring him into the show here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. Welcome aboard, Sal. Dave Dombrowski said we are content with this team. This is a little bit before the Mets seemed like they were content with their team. Next thing you know, Mets are making moves. The vibes have changed a little bit. Give us the vibes from the Mets side of things about what the Phillies look like right now.
I don't think the Phillies are as big as a threat as they've been in years past. Now, that's my perspective. I would assume that a lot of Met fans are feeling similar. I mean, some Met fans are still hurt that they didn't bring back Pete Alonso and broke up the core. I think the Mets are definitively better from where they were a year ago, and I think the Phillies are definitively worse from where they were a year ago. So I'm excited about it. I think the Braves are a bigger threat potentially to come back and get healthy. than the Phillies are. The idea that Philadelphia is, thinking that they have the one up on the Mets. I know they won the division last year. What happened when they went head to head in 2024? Phillies maybe were in on Soto. The Mets got him. Phillies wanted Bichette. The Mets got him. Like the Phillies are good. I respect them. I think they're getting worse, and I think the Mets are getting better. So I personally don't look at the Phillies as a legitimate big-time threat in the NL East.
Wow, all right, so their message is, look, we won 96 games. We got a good club. We went toe-to-toe with the Dodgers. We've upgraded the bullpen. But you're saying from the outside looking in, this Phillies team looks like a team in the decline.
Well, I mean, I could be wrong about that, but I just feel like they are at the very least stagnant, and the Mets have gotten better. The idea should be to improve. Like, the Phillies got a lot of Yankee in them. The Yankees are like, well, we won 94 games. We're good. Yeah, well, what would be the harm in getting better? The Dodgers won 2 World Series, and they went out there and got Kyle Tucker and Edwin Diaz. So, and the Phillies did try to improve, and then they didn't do it. And then maybe they panic and go get Real Muto. So I respect the Phillies, don't get me wrong. But I don't look at them, whereas last year maybe I was going into the year saying, the Mets really can't win the division. I'd favor the Phillies or the Braves. This year, I think it's wide open. If anything, I'd favor the Mets. They needed an ace, check. They still have the superstar in Soto, check. They needed to break up the core and change the look of the team, check. They've done that. So they've got depth everywhere. They're different. I'm excited to see how the chemistry is going to work, but I like the Mets being a better team than where they were a year ago, and at the very least, Philadelphia is the same as they were a year ago.
Well, that's the point, Sal. You just made it, is the Mets gave up on Nimmo. I don't say gave up on him, but they changed Nimmo. They let Alonso walk. Are they better? I don't know, but they're different. The Phillies fans are yearning for different, and they're saying, nah, we're going to stay with Harper and Schwarber and Real Muto. And they kind of got backed into, you can't let Schwarber walk. Then you got backed into the Real Muto thing because of the Bichette thing. Mets go out and get Bichette. So are they different or are they better, the Mets?
I think both. I think different in this case is better. Okay, let's start with the rotation. The Mets did not have a good rotation a year ago. Now, in my opinion, they have a number one. Was Peralta Zach Wheeler at his peak? No, but he's the number one. He was last year. Was the number one pitcher with the Brewers, and the Mets didn't have that. So now you fortify the rotation with a top end guy in Peralta. You have Noel McLean, who was a top end guy for his 8 starts, whatever it was a year ago. Who knows how he's going to be? But at least now you have him going into the year as a main piece of that rotation for the full season. You expect some bounce back there. So I think definitively the Mets rotation is better. I think their lineup is better balanced than it was. I'm sorry. I know they're going to lose a little power with Pete Alonso or Brandon Nimmo. I think this team is better. Bichette can hit for high average. Polanco, same thing. The guys that they brought in are not only gamers, they can perform with runners in scoring position. So it may not be as sexy on paper, but I do think it's going to be better. And they're better defensively.
Sal Licata's with us, SNY TV, the Sal Licata Show. Make sure you check him out on all the social platforms there, enjoying the new work there, Sal. We had a lot of people texting in, excited that you were going to be on our show. We kind of hit right up to that northern ocean Monmouth County right there is the end of our signal. So people familiar with your radio work, and we are too. So wanted to do a little autopsy on these New York teams because Charles Barkley the other day, during the Knicks-Sixer game. Now, the Knicks end up winning that game. The Sixers have beaten the Knicks twice in New York. Barkley says if Joel Embiid is healthy, the Pistons can't beat the Sixers. To which I was like, does that mean he's elevating them above everybody else? When you look at the Sixers and the Knicks right now, are they on the Pistons-Celtics level? Are the Knicks up there and the Sixers below? How do you look at this Eastern Conference right now as we hit the trade deadline next week?
I look at the Knicks as not being good enough, however you want to phrase it. I don't think the Knicks are good enough as currently constructed to win a championship. And before the season, now I have a lot of Sixer fan friends. Clem from Surfside, my guy, big Sixer fan. Spike, my former boss, big Sixer guy. Guys I work with at SNY, my buddy Gelman, big Sixer fan. So I'm I'm not watching them every night, but I'm in tune to what's going on with them. I think the Sixers are dangerous. I thought this before the year that they were a live dog in the Eastern Conference, obviously with Embiid's health. But with Edgecombe there, they could be as dangerous as anybody else in the East. The Celtics, all right, they're good and they're well coached, but they're not the threat that they were, being that where they're at with their health issues. The Pistons, very good and scary. I would put those teams probably in the same group. I don't think the Pistons... I think the Knicks could beat the Pistons. I think the Sixers could beat the Pistons. I could see the Pistons beating either of those teams. Throwing the Celtics as well. So,
it's wide open.
And I don't think Say again?
The East is wide open.
Yeah, right. But it was supposed to be the Knicks, and
Yeah.
that's the issue. I don't think the Knicks are that good. I think they could get beat by it. Now that's now. If they get Giannis, maybe a different story. But I would put the Sixers in the upper echelon of the teams in the Eastern Conference, and none of those teams I think are good enough to beat any team from the West.
Well, it's funny you mentioned Giannis, and I'm kind of like, okay, we're out of this discussion. Then it's being reported today, Giannis wants to play. He's interested in playing with Maxey, which means you got to think about giving up a VJ Edgecombe. That's a different deal than the Knicks are thinking about. Edgecombe has changed the dynamic, the energy around this team. And I think Sixer fans are at the point where, like, we'd rather just grow with Edgecombe rather than go with a guy like Giannis. Is that crazy?
I think that would be the right move from afar because you're right. The difference with the Knicks is definitively Karl Anthony Towns ain't it. Towns, right. Brunson, I love Brunson. I wouldn't trade him for anybody, but Towns and Brunson aren't the combo that's going to get you to a championship. That's my opinion. So if that's the case, you're not only bringing in Giannis, you're getting rid of something that you know isn't going to work. Whereas with giving up Edgecombe, I wouldn't mess with that dude right now if I'm the Sixers. Plus, you factor in everything with Giannis, that he's always hurt and broken down. Now you pair him, I'm assuming, with Embiid. You get two guys that are as brittle as anything else. I think it will be a last-ditch effort if I'm the Sixers doing that. I'd rather stick with Edgecombe and the core group guys that they have and see if you could give it a run of the Eastern.
Well, that's the thing, Sal. You've pot committed with Embiid and George for at least 2 more years. Do you have to say, we got to go for it with those two? Or do you say, we'll pull off the gas and we're turning it over to Maxey and Edgecombe and we'll let them kind of be the guys, and whatever Embiid and George give us is great? They're in a weird spot. You're in no man's land, right?
Well, I don't know. They're going to have to make a decision which way. I don't think the Sixers are going to get Giannis, nor do I think that would. I don't think that would be the best fit for them. Like you said, they're better off, I think, just trying to get their superstar Embiid healthy into the postseason, surround him with Maxey, with Edgecombe now, Paul George playing obviously better this year in a depleted Eastern Conference. Maybe this is the year, and that's why I was afraid of them early on in the year, thinking like everybody's counting out the Sixers, whereas last year was Sixers this, Sixers that. And then they fell flat on their face. This year, everybody counting them out, watch them go on a run with a wide-open Eastern Conference.
All right, Sal Licata, let's go to football. John Harbaugh, is this the year that you see that turn where the downtrodden team takes the turn and the team at the top finally gets caught and starts to filter back? Do we like the vibe around the Giants? Whereas the Eagles can't get a coordinator. People are wondering why. You should hear it around here, man. It's Hurts's fault. It's Sirianni's fault. Everyone's pointing the finger at why they can't get a coordinator. And it feels like people feel like the Giants have some stability finally.
How about the fans not vandalizing the offensive coordinator's house? Can we not do that in Philadelphia? I'm sure that didn't help the issue there. I still have a hard time, Mike, thinking that the Eagles are going to fall to the point where the Giants are at, or that the Giants are going to rise to catch the Eagles. Maybe I'm wrong, and I do believe in Harbaugh, and it was the right hire. The Giants have been so bad for so long, and now they're scrambling for an offensive coordinator. Like, the one knock on Harbaugh would be he's not going to be a guy who's going to come in here and be in control of the offense and call the plays. That's the one concern from certain people that maybe were hesitant about Harbaugh. I believe he's the right coach. They had to hire him. It was a great hire. I'm shocked he actually wanted the Giants job. If not for Jack Harbaugh, I don't think that John would want the job, because Jack goes back to the New York Football Giants and their prestigious, illustrious history. It's a long time since the Giants have been good. As a matter of fact, they've been doormats in the NFL. Not only have they not been good, they've been bad. So I think it's going to take a lot more to get them to the level where the Eagles have maintained one of the top teams in the league for a long time. I don't think the Giants will be there in year one with Harbaugh.
I'm hoping this is like when Washington hired Ron Rivera, and you're like, they finally got a guy who gives them like credibility and some stability, and it just kind of fell flat. I guess we'll see if Harbaugh without Monken can find a guy to kind of be his complement, because that's the same problem here. Sirianni doesn't call the plays, and it's like you're going around this hamster wheel of offensive coordinators because Sirianni just refuses to call the plays. Not that he was any good at it.
Yeah, I would have fired Sirianni if I was Philadelphia, but I would have fired him before he won the Super Bowl.
Right.
So, I understand that that's a whole thing there, too. A weird dynamic. They should be better than what they were, the Brown-Hurts relationship. But still, even with all that, Mike, I mean, I don't need to remind you how bad the Giants are. You know that, even being in Philadelphia.
Horrible.
Yeah, not even a threat. Like, the Giants' next step should not be, well, can we surpass the Eagles in the NFC East? It should be, can we actually play competitive football week in, week out consistently? That would be the next step in the progress. Maybe they can go leaps and bounds. We know the NFL's wacky. We've seen that before. So you have Dart, you have Neighbors, you have Scattaboo, you have Harbaugh now. They have some players on defense. I still think they're a longer ways away than they think. I think they're a 8-9 win team if things go right, and I would expect the Eagles to be better than that.
All right, there we go. A little autopsy of the New York-Philadelphia matchups. Pitchers and catchers. 2 weeks from today, the Phillies will be down in Clearwater. And, of course, the Sixers and the Knicks, they just played Saturday. Got the All-Star break coming up, the trade deadline. And the Eagles still searching. They interviewed Josh Grizzard today. Doesn't sound like a big enough name for Philadelphia. But if you want your house egged, come on down. Sal Licata, the Sal Licata Show. Check him out on all social platforms. Check him out on SNY TV. And, of course, we'll catch up with him sometime when it gets a little warmer out. Stay warm, bud.
You too, Mike. Thanks for having me, man. Appreciate it.
All right, Sal Licata, everybody. Hopefully everybody enjoyed that feedback, looking pretty good on the text board because Sal, he kept it real. Look, the Eagles right now, they're the class of that division. And he said, I'm not buying the Giants quite yet, but if the Giants hit the home run higher and the Eagles are kind of left, because keep in mind, one problem with Harbaugh is he don't call plays. And people are like, oh, I like that hire. He doesn't call the plays. They got to find someone that calls the plays for them. Same with the Eagles. The Knicks-Sixers stuff, he said the Knicks aren't good enough. The Karl Anthony Towns, Brunson, it ain't it. And then, of course, he likes the Mets better than he likes the Phillies. He said the Mets changed. Are they different or better? He said they're better. And the Phillies stayed the same. He's not wrong. Your guys' reaction to that, 609-403-0973. Alex in Davillas says, I don't know who this Sal guy is, but I'm digging it. He said, at first I thought he was full of crap, but maybe my head was in the sand with this team. I like the different perspective. Nice guess, fellas. Talking about the Phillies. He said, yeah, my head is in the sand. We're all wanting the Phillies to be good. Are they good enough? I'm not sure. Because they don't exist in a vacuum. That's the difference. That's the problem. They're staying the same, and everybody else is trying to improve. And he mentioned it. And I think Sal made a great point. We're not talking about the Braves a lot. That's the team we haven't had our eye on. What happened to the Braves last year? They got off to this horrible start, and they could never basically rebound because of the injuries. They should be healthy, at least at opening day. 247. I'm Mike Hill. Thanks to Sal Licata. I always enjoy Sal's work. He was with WFAN New York. He recently got let go, started his own thing, the Sal Licata Show. So if you like that conversation, check him out. Like him on the social media platforms. Tell him you heard him on the Sports Bash. And we'll try to get Sal on throughout the show because I think he brings good energy and he's got good stuff. I listen to Sal a lot on one of the podcasts. He's a guest on the he's been doing a lot of the if you ever listen to Stugatz on the Stugatz podcast, he's been co-hosting there a lot. But he does have his own show now on socials. It's called the Sal Licata Show. Good stuff with Sal. Durso at 3:30. MKB at 4:30. You out there. Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN. All right, 253 Sports Bash. I'm Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN. We'll be at Radio Row next week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Make sure you make an appointment to hang out with us. You can watch the show live from Radio Row. That's going to be fun. See all the guests, see the whole atmosphere, see everything that's going on. You're going to want to make sure you follow us on YouTube and all the social media channels at Mike Gill Show, because we're going to be doing a lot of side reels and videos and all sorts of content we'll be doing live from Radio Row next week. So, according to reports, the Eagles interviewed former Buccaneers offensive coordinator Josh Grizzard for the second time yesterday. This time he came in person. He is viewed as a legitimate candidate for the job according to Jordan Schultz, which remains an ongoing process. Grizzard, Tampa Bay, they had a lot of injury issues out there. I don't know what you or how you want to judge him. I don't know that he's the most exciting candidate in the world, but unfortunately, this is what you're down to right now. You're hoping that the Eagles do their due diligence and find a guy that really sticks out to them, and maybe you're not all that excited about him, but he wins you over. Because I don't think they're going to hire a guy that you're going to be all that excited about.
And the other thing is, as Sal Palantonio pointed out yesterday at NFL Live, you got the Giants, the Jets, the Ravens, all looking for offensive coordinators.
And they all have something in common. The Giants, the Jets, the Ravens.
They all have head coaches who don't call plays.
They all have head coaches who do not call plays. They're defensive-minded. Now, John Harbaugh's a special teams background, but none of them are play callers, which means the new coordinator can come in and he doesn't have to worry about working with Nick Sirianni.
Correct.
And that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just saying they don't have to worry about it. Just, hey, it's my offense. I got a defensive coordinator as the head coach. I can do what I want. It's almost like when Sean McVay had Phillips was his defensive coordinator. Phillips just ran the defense. They barely ever saw each other. Just, hey, I'm running the defense. Get out of my way. Similar to what the Eagles do now. All right, coming up, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. It's the early Nuggets. Nicky Earnshaw with today's Knicks Nuggets. We got a lot. Giannis, is he coming to Philadelphia? Does he want to? Stick around. All right, 3 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. I'm Mike Gill. We got so much going on. You can watch the show on the YouTube channel. Next week, we're going to be in San Francisco at Radio Row. You can watch the Radio Row broadcasts on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe, like the show, be a part of the show, comment on the show. A lot of people watching today. We appreciate that as well. Talk some Flyers coming up in about 30 minutes from now. Latest on the Eagles OC search, Josh Grizzard interviewed for a second time, this time in person with the Eagles. He's viewed as a legitimate candidate for the job. Here's something interesting. Jim Bob Cooter, who also interviewed with the Eagles, he is now interviewing with the Giants. So the Giants are starting to infiltrate some names that you talk to, and we just talked about it on the other side. Baltimore needs an OC. Jets need an OC. Giants need an OC. They all have something in common that the Eagles don't. A defensive-minded head coach that doesn't call the plays. So the offensive coordinator gets to call whatever the hell they want there. All right, we got that. We got the Giannis stuff. What else?
I was just going to say the Jim Bob Cooter point. There was something that McLean brought up on his podcast about why he would be surprised if the Eagles did hire Jim Bob Cooter for this reason.
Nick is technically leading the search, right? I think it's in his contract. He just got an extension. You know, you hire your own coaches. What I meant to convey is how many people view it around the league and inside the building. I mean, Howie and Jeff aren't going to allow Nick to kind of like hire a best friend again, or, you know, I'd be very surprised if Jim Bob Cooter ends up being the selection because of his relationship with Nick. I'm not saying it won't happen, but they're probably at the point now where it's like, okay, who's left?
Well, that's an interesting point. Do they say, hey, listen, you guys have too close of a relationship. We don't want you to hire him. All right, let's get to the Nuggets today. Nick Earnshaw. It is Nick's Nuggets today on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. There's Earnshaw if you're watching on the YouTube channel. What do we got today, Earnshaw?
What's going on, Mr. Mike Gill? How are you? I mean, what don't we have going on? You know, I started with the nugget yesterday about Giannis. Today, I'm starting with the nugget about Giannis today. I mean, he just wants to play with everybody, it feels like. He just wants to play everywhere but Milwaukee. That's what it seems like at this point with the whole Giannis situation. So nugget number one, Giannis and the Sixers. Oh, man. Jake Fisher, very well-respected NBA writer, had a report today. I mean, I open up my phone, and I'm just like, whoa. How about this? He reports today that Philadelphia, they have not contacted the Milwaukee Bucks about an Antetokounmpo trade. But the Stein line, which is where he is out of now, learned that the prospect of teaming up with Tyrese Maxey, who, like Giannis, works with prominent NBA trainer Drew Hanlon, does have the 76ers on Antetokounmpo's radar. And I was talking with Josh earlier. So does Embiid. Embiid, that's the same trader with Joel Embiid. So very interesting there. But Maxey's stardom and rise, I think, is catching the league by storm. I wouldn't do it. I don't think the Sixers could get this done. They would have to give up VJ Edgecombe. I think that Edgecombe, and I know he's just a rookie, I would say he is in an untouchable spot. He is untouchable. I wouldn't trade Edgecombe for anybody. Not even SGA, not even Luka, nobody. I would say VJ Edgecombe is untouchable, Mike, at this point. That's what it would take to get a deal done. You'd obviously have to put Paul George into a package. If you were to trade Giannis, either PG or Embiid, it would most likely be Paul George to make the money work. But they want a young player. They want picks. And Edgecombe, McCain, I think would have to be a part of a total package if the Sixers were to go after a Giannis Antetokounmpo Greek freak out there in Milwaukee. He likes Maxey. Also has been reported he likes Ant Edwards too in Minnesota. So who the heck knows where he's going to end up?
Well, the whole Giannis thing is getting kind of interesting now. The fact that the Sixers have been kind of pulled into this thing certainly raises eyebrows, because I didn't think there would be any, chance, because it was almost, what happened was Bill Simmons on his podcast was just kind of talking about it, I think, with Tim Legler the other day or somebody, and we're just kind of throwing out fake trades.
We talked about it.
Would you make this trade? Giannis, He said Giannis and was there another guy from Milwaukee to Philadelphia for Paul George, VJ Edgecombe, and then picks. I think was the trade that he threw out there. And people are like, but now it's being reported that Giannis actually has interest in playing with Maxey, which is interesting because Drew Hanlon is the reason why. He didn't mention Embiid in that little conversation. So does he not have any interest in playing with Embiid? And quite frankly, what would an Embiid-Giannis pairing look like?
Yeah, it would be slow. It would be a little slow.
Well,
would it be like similar to Simmons and Embiid?
I mean,
in a sense,
Giannis is a great freak. He's an athlete.
Yeah.
Like, he's not slow getting up and down the floor and everything like that. The problem would be he's not a great shooter.
Oh,
he needs to kind of patrol like the painted area, the elbow area, the areas that Embiid kind of needs. So it almost feels like they're kind of a clunky fit.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth it for the Sixers. I'd prefer depth. If I'm the 76ers, I'd prefer depth, camaraderie, cohesiveness, which is what you've started to build. You would lose 2 starters to put one in there with Giannis if you make the trade. You lose Paul George, you lose VJ Edgecombe, and you lose that backcourt that was just on the cover of Slam Magazine, Mike. I don't want to lose that backcourt. Cover of the magazine, it's like, oh my goodness, the future's here. Future's now.
Well, the Sixers, and we talked about this last hour with Sal Licata, which is the Sixers are in a precarious situation.
Yep.
You've got Embiid and George on these bad deals, but they're starting to play well. They're not living up to the deals that they signed, but they're not playing. So you have them on these deals together for 2 more seasons. So you're trying to serve those 2 guys being here. Now, George would be out, and then Giannis would be in.
Yeah.
The problem is on the back end, you have these 2 young players that you're now trying to say, we're actually kind of turning things over to them, and the fact that you 2 guys are here and are performing, that's helpful, but this is really their team now. So it's hard to find a wedge where Giannis bridges the gap between the Maxey Edgecombe duo, which would be gone, and the George Embiid duo, which half would be gone. So you would have Maxey, Giannis, and Embiid as opposed to Embiid, George, Edgecombe, and Maxey. I don't know. It's almost like what Sal Licata said about the Phillies. You can stay the same or you can become different. Is different better or is different just different?
I think different's just different. I think it's not worth it. In today's NBA, I would prefer to have depth, which is what they haven't had, what they've lacked. And Joel Embiid's talked about this before. They haven't had like a cohesive unit. Like they've changed the roster over and over. They brought this star and they brought that star in. Depth pieces come and go and are in and out. Why do it again? But, we've seen Daryl Morey chase stars before, right? Like it's not out of the realm for Daryl Morey to go star chasing. But you kind of have a budding star. You made the decision with Maxey not to move on from him for Lillard or Kevin Durant in years past. Now you're kind of moving in the same scenario with Edgecombe. Are you going to move him for a 31-year-old Giannis who gets hurt a lot and pair him with Embiid who might clog the paint and might not work as well as you had hoped? Where right now you're kind of building something this season. It's been fun to watch, and you've stayed relatively healthy, and you have a little bit of depth here. Those are the decisions you'd have to make for the Sixers. I'd choose the latter, the depth, the building of a cohesive unit and camaraderie. I would prefer that over going just star chasing, where the NBA's kind of evolved, and these so-called big threes and super teams aren't necessarily going to work as much anymore, especially under the new CBA, etc. The money, all of that. And you're just swapping contracts. Could Giannis turn into a bad contract in a couple of years if he continues to get hurt? That's a question you have to think of too.
The Giannis health thing, I think, has to be brought up. And because of that, I feel like the Sixers almost would have to say, listen, we cannot go back down the road of having someone that we can't count on. We've done that way too often. We have a guy, we like this guy, that's a great pairing together. We're just going to go down that route. We appreciate the fact that you have interest in playing for our team, but we're going to have to pass it this time, which is crazy to say that you're passing on Giannis. But I would say this, Giannis won a title. How many years ago was that now? You're going on like 5 seasons, and he has been breaking down. The Bucks have been getting knocked out. They got beat a couple times with Giannis out there. He hadn't played in the playoffs the one year because of the calf problem. I just don't think you can rely on him enough to give up a player of Edgecombe's magnitude at this point.
Yeah. Now, like, if it was, I actually played with the trade machine a little bit today, and I was like messing around. And if you put in PG, McCain, Oubre, and picks, and you add maybe one of the lower tier contracts from the Bucks into the Giannis trade, it could work. It could work. It was a success. So, but if you're the Bucks, you want Edgecombe. If you're giving up Giannis, you're going to want Edgecombe because there's control on Giannis's contract. You're starting to try to rebuild. You're going to want picks, and you're going to want young players. McCain's not good enough. He hasn't shown you that this year. He showed you glimpses last year before he got hurt. I don't think that would be enough. They would ask for Edgecombe with more certainty than anything.
I agree, and here's the other part of it. They want multiple picks, like 3 or 4. So you're looking at 3 or 4 first-round picks. Even the players for players you're not thrilled with.
Yep. Yeah, you're not thrilled with that. You're mortgaging your future again. You're giving up Edgecombe. I just don't think it's in the cards for the Sixers. Great. He wants to play with Maxey. It's cool to hear other superstars respect Maxey around the league, kind of seeing him as one of those other guys in the superstardom category, starting to now, which is fantastic. If you're the Sixers, he's taking that leap. But no, if you're the Sixers, I would not do this. I would say Edgecombe's untouchable at this point, and that's where I'm at. I don't think Daryl Morey would want to give up that backcourt right now. I think they got something going, something brewing right there with that Slam magazine cover. I mean, that looked great.
Yeah, I don't care about the Slam magazine cover. That stuff doesn't excite me. I want to see production on the floor.
I know, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. The look, the forwardness, the future of it. It's like those are the tickets right there. Maxey, Edgecombe, those are your tickets to hopefully a deep playoff.
I think the Sixers fans are buying into this team, not as a championship team or anything, just they're having fun watching these two guys grow, and it's two guys that they believe in can be the next iteration of the Sixers, where you had Ben and Joel, and people were loving those two guys until it kind of crashed and burned. Well, now they have two new guys that they can kind of latch onto. The odd part of it is that you have them at the same time as Joel and Paul are kind of hanging around here. Now, if Paul and Joel can stay healthy, you can kind of merge those two together and hopefully maximize it.
Yep. It's all about the health, and we've known that for a while. All right.
Yeah. By the way, Rick in Mays Landing says the only way a Giannis Sixers trade makes any sense is if you move Embiid. Having Embiid and Giannis is too many ball dominant guys, and you'd be cutting the legs off of Maxey. I kind of agree that a Embiid Giannis pairing to me doesn't
clunker.
Yeah.
It gets clunky, gets weird. I mean, good luck, Nick, if you have to figure that out now. Like, he's had to figure out all this entire jigsaw puzzle. Now you have to fit those two together. I feel like it would be Simmons-esque if you had Embiid and Giannis together. You know what I mean? Like, it would kind of be that similar type of offense in a sense, because he can't shoot. He can't shoot. It is all downhill. Embiid's kind of down there on the block. I wouldn't like it. The space would be awful.
Spacing a problem, shooting a problem. They already lack shooting. And listen, you be trading Paul George, who, by the way, is the one guy who spaces the floor for you a little bit. He gives you some shooting. You'd be losing that. I got to take a pass on this one, unfortunately, because I love Giannis.
Yeah, I love the Greek Freak, but it's not going to work if the Sixers the way they are built. All right, moving along, nugget number 2. Did you see what ESPN is coming out with, Mike?
I did.
30 for 30 on the Philly special.
Yeah, Josh has no interest.
What? Josh has no interest.
No.
Are you kidding me?
Nope.
Zero? Zip? None?
Brought it up last day. He said no interest. Right, Josh?
Oh.
I mean, I've read about 5 different books, seen about 3 different documentaries, watched about 20 different podcasts about the Philly special. What else are they going to tell me, Nick?
Just enjoy it. Don't be a Debbie Downer.
No. Don't give me just enjoy it, okay? I just enjoy watching the Sixers win the other night against the Bucks, okay?
That was enjoyable.
That's a weak answer right there, I would say, because people, there was a documentary that came out recently. I can't remember which one it was, and everybody said, and it was like, man, I did not know that like it gave them new information. We're
Right.
assuming that there's no new information on the Philly special. I agree with you, Nick. I don't need new information. I would like to hear more of the inside background on,
Sure.
the stuff all compacted into one. Because you're right. I've heard stuff over here. Then I've heard stuff over here. And then I've heard stuff over here. But I want to hear it kind of all together, cultivated in a nice package.
It'll be when we're on the red eye coming back. It airs that night, coming back from Radio Row. So we might have appointment viewing there. Hopefully I could download it on my app and I can watch it on the plane. That would be fantastic. That's
Nick,
the idea I'm looking for.
Nick, here was my pitch for the 30 for 30 I'm waiting for. This is what
Okay.
I should have done so that Philly special. What if I told you the Super Bowl head coach was fired twice within 10 years of winning a championship? The rise and fall of Doug Peterson. It goes to black. And then all of a sudden, Doug Peterson walks out, sits down in the chair, and says, "You ready for my side of the story?" 30 for 30 presents the rise and fall of a Super Bowl champion.
Brian Billick.
That's a good
Why did Brian Billick never get another job?
He came on last year at Radio Row, by the way. Brian Billick was
did.
on last year.
He did.
I would watch that too. Josh, I'm a sucker, man. I would watch that too. I would
I'm
enjoy
trying
it.
to remember the documentary that I just watched recently where everybody was saying, like, and then they watch it and were like, but I actually got stuff from that documentary that I didn't.
A lot of people said about America's team, the Netflix one.
I
The
haven't seen
Cowboy
that
one?
Yeah,
I watched the
A lot
Cowboy
of people
one.
said that the Cowboy one was way better than they thought it was going to be.
I have heard a lot of good things about the Cowboys one.
Did you watch the Elway one? It just came out on Netflix. It was very
I
good.
started the LA one. I haven't I haven't not gone any further.
Like, for example, what one's good that I'm just finishing now? The one about the Buccaneers.
I haven't
on
seen it.
Amazon Prime.
I haven't seen that one.
It's a 5. I think it's 5 episodes, and it actually I learned some stuff, and I was like, well, I didn't know this about.
So
Tony
you don't think you're
Dungy.
gonna learn some stuff from this one?
What am I going to learn, Nick?
That's why you
putting
watch
new
to find
nuggets
out.
in there.
Well, how can we tell you what you're going to learn if we don't know it yet?
But my
We
point
don't
is
know. It
that,
could be anything.
I've heard Nick Foles' side. I've heard Doug Peterson's side. I've heard all kinds of different people's sides of the
Kelsey.
story.
That's fine. There could be new nuggets in there. I want to hear it all. Yeah, that's what I mean.
So
I'm
you're not
going
going to watch it.
I'll watch it at some point when I don't have something else better to do.
Wow.
But as just an Eagle fan, you don't want to just hey, I'm going to sit down, have some popcorn real quick and just enjoy. Let me rewatch this. Let me reminisce of the good times,
I
Good
will
times.
say, if I could pick, if you said, hey, pick a Philly 30 for 30, that's not at the top of my list.
Doesn't have to be.
I'm just
Doesn't
saying.
happen.
The fact that they're doing the 30 for 30 on that particular play and potentially more of that team and other things surrounding that team leading up to that moment is what I'm hoping. But if you said, hey, we're doing a 30 for 30, I would say there's probably other Philly sports stories
Ben Simmons.
that I would rather get the inside 30 for 30 on. Ben Simmons, what happened there, the process,
Howie Roseman.
that whole, years of the Colangelo burner gate.
No, there's plenty of Philly sports stories and 30 for 30s that they could do. I mean, trust me, I agree with you guys there. But, the Philly special, that's going to be in lore forever now. Forever. It's one of the most iconic Super Bowl plays ever. So I'm a sucker. I'll watch it. I don't care. It'll bring me joy to watch it. Instead of watching a Ben Simmons LSU documentary that I rewatched for some reason a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, that one wasn't worth your time.
Needed to feel something, Mike. Needed to feel something. All right. By the way, before I get out of here, got an alert from the 76ers. It was probably reported today as well that the Jason Kelsey dunk attempt is postponed tonight.
Yeah.
So he was supposed to, he announced on New Heights, I guess, what day was that? Or before, I don't know if it was a week or two ago, whatever it was. Jason Kelsey announced that he was going to be doing a dunk challenge at the Sixers game. However, it is going to be postponed, not happening tonight. If I bought a ticket to that, man, I'm a little upset.
Yeah, I would imagine, because that announcement came out about a week or so ago that this was going to happen, and then they decided today. I got that email that said it's not going to happen, and if you bought tickets thinking you were going to get that at the game, you would probably be highly disappointed if you were a big Jason Kelsey fan. Now, did they postpone it because of any particular reason. I just got, hi, please be advised that tonight's dunk challenge with Jason Kelsey has been postponed. Thank you.
That's all I got. That's all I know about it. That's it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be fair. It doesn't seem to be fair. Like, why? Why did I get paid? Why, if I bought tickets, do I get a refund?
Yeah, something, It's funny because Jason Kelsey has done like a bunch of different stuff. I went to the game where he sung the national anthem.
Interesting.
He's
Not
done the
the
national
whole-
anthem at Sixers game. Now he's going to do some type of dunk thing.
They didn't bring out the whole crew with him, Licata, and Lane
No.
Johnson?
No, it was just him. I think it was a few years back he did it. It was a few years back he did it.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, all right, there you go.
That's
Full free
disappointing.
pack. Yeah, disappointing nugget to end it. It's a nugget that I didn't want to give today, but I had to. I had to.
All right, well, there's the nuggets for today. Now, a couple other quick nuggets here. One, you see the Eagles interviewing Josh Grizzard yesterday. He is the next guy. Now, certain Eagles coordinator guys, they're starting to interview Jim Bob Cooter with the Giants. We're starting to see other teams get involved there. We had Sal Licata on earlier. He said he thinks the Mets have gotten better and actually thinks the Phillies are taking a step back. He looks at them as the team that's kind of falling back, and the Braves are the team he's most worried about. Thought that was kind of interesting as well. And also said about the Knicks, said they're not it. It's just not the Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns thing. It's not it.
Not working. I agree. I tend to agree with that. So, all right, Mike. Well, there's some good nuggets. I think the Sixers, hopefully they can pull out a victory tonight. No Kelsey Duncan, so it is what it is.
All right, there you go. There's today's nuggets. Thanks, Nick.
Peace. See you guys.
We'll do it again tomorrow here on the Sports Bash Live. Nick's Nuggets, as always, on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. They're brought to you today by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Call 609-390-3907. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. And don't forget, coming up this hour, we're going to give you some chances to score tickets to the Metro Basketball Classic, which is going on right now at Stockton University. We'll be giving away tickets coming up here in just a bit. But when we come back, we're going to talk a little Flyers. We opened up the show today. Flyers with a bad loss again last night. You get a hat trick from Konechny. Can't get that win. 5-3 loss. What is going on with the direction of this team? Currently, out of a playoff spot, they're further away from the wild card than they are in the Metro. So it looks like they might only have one path to get into the playoffs unless they start playing better hockey. And when will that happen? Well, we'll ask Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider. He's coming up next right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. 3:28 on a Thursday. Don't forget, coming up a little bit later on tonight, Sixers basketball against the Kings. You can listen to the game with the great Tom McGinnis on 97.3 ESPN. And we're going to be giving tickets away to the Metro Classic. It's at Stockton University. If you want to see some of the top high school players in the country, listen for your chance to score a 4-pack of tickets coming up a little bit later on in the show. I'm Mike Gill. Flyers lost again last night. Newsflash. 2 in a row for them. They have not played well after not playing well. Then they went out west, played the good teams and played well, and now they're coming back. And not that they haven't been playing. The Islanders are decent. They lost to them 4-0 the other day, though, got whitewashed. Kevin Durso covers the Flyers for 97.3 ESPN.com. Everybody check out his podcast, The Flyers Files. Always enjoy that listen. And, of course, you can get all his coverage over at 97.3 ESPN.com. What's going on, Durso?
Not much, Mike. How you doing?
Doing all right. It's rare that we open the show with the Flyers segment, but last night they lose again. You get a hat trick from Konechny, you get Vladar coming back. You're feeling pretty good, and you look at the scoreboard, another loss. And now we're starting to get to the point of the season when you're starting to wonder: is this looking to you like another loss type of season, or are they just hitting that little proverbial bump in the road?
To me, the answer to that question comes in the next 4 games. They got 4 games left until the Olympic break. I wanted to see them be in a playoff spot at the Olympic break. That's pretty much mathematically impossible at this point. So if you can trim the margin that they face to closer to 3 points, okay, 3 points is not insurmountable in the final 26 games after the Olympic break. If you are where you are right now or worse, then, then I start thinking about another lost season. Absolutely. And that's based on the way the teams they have coming up. You got Boston tonight, who's on a roll, and you're getting them on a back-to-back. So this is almost like a scheduled loss, it feels like. And then you got LA, Washington, and Ottawa before it's over. And all 3 of them, it's really ironic how the standings look collectively across the league. The Flyers are one of 8 teams in the league with 57 points as of this morning, which is just insane to me that a quarter of the league is at that exact number. And then there's another 8 teams behind them somehow. So kind of gives you an idea of where half the league is at, where that middle ground is. So you're going to play teams that are kind of on a level playing field, but also, all 3 of them have playoff experience in recent years. So tough matchups all across the board. And if you don't find a way to start picking up some points, you're going to be where you are or worse. And it's looking like another lost season.
Yes, and you just said it. Like last night you played Columbus. Well, you both have 57 now. So that's a game where you could have got some separation there. You get the Islanders, they beat you the other day, so now they pull away from you. You're actually closer in the Metro than you are the wild card. And I was kind of like, geez, you almost only have one avenue now to make a playoff berth. You got to catch the Islanders somehow. And it seems that gap there, they're ahead of you in that gap. So I thought last night to myself, man, I look at the standings and I said, man, this team is further out of the playoffs than I would have anticipated, and it doesn't feel like there's a charge in them. Because I remember we talked on the state of the Flyers, and one of the things we talked about was, hey, they had a schedule coming up that looked like a chance for them to kind of gobble up some points because there was this big contingent of teams all kind of stuck together, and they had a schedule that can allow them to get points to kind of pull away from that. Didn't happen. So is that schedule of games? You're saying the next 4, but what does it look like? Is there a way that you can say, well, they went out west and they beat Vegas and they looked pretty good here and they did that. The game in Colorado, they're outstanding. Does that feel like it's on the horizon? Like what happens in that little pocket of games where like they have a turnaround?
Yeah, in the immediate, I don't see it happening because to me, you made a huge statement with that win in Colorado. That should have gone the opposite direction. You blew a game in Utah leading into it. And really, nobody would have expected a win in that game based on the way the Utah game ended and where Colorado is in the standings. And you get a huge win. And it set the table the way that not only that game, but the games that were played around the league for the rest of the weekend, it set the stage for Monday when you played the Islanders that you win in regulation, you're back into that 3rd spot. And there was your path to kind of getting out of it because you would have won. If that would have happened, you would have won 3 of 4. It would have felt like turning the corner a little bit more. And instead, they probably laid the biggest egg they have all season. And When you lose that game, and now the Islanders are 4 points ahead of you. You lose to Columbus last night. The Islanders win against a Rangers team that has already waved the white flag. Now they're 6 points ahead, and the margin just keeps growing. So, the real chance for me to be kind of a big believer of it again was if they would have followed the momentum of the Colorado game against the Islanders, pulled even in the standings, and had the tiebreaker for third and set the stage for the last 5 to see where they were when the Olympic break hit. Now instead they're trying to do anything they can to make up ground as quickly as possible because it's slipping away fast.
It is, and why, if I was to say to you, why is it all of a sudden this team that was fun, they were playing well, it was kind of hanging in there, it looked like a team that was on the rise, that even though they didn't have like that guy, they played hard, they had this, they had some fun things. What has happened here in the last month?
Well, at the beginning of all of this, it felt like a combination of some injuries creeping in and just hitting the wrong team. I mean, they lost to Toronto to kind of start this run. Ironically, their record over the last 11 games is 2-7-2, which is the exact same record they had in the final 11 games 2 seasons ago when they missed the playoffs after being in a playoff spot for mostly the entire year. And the first game of that 11-game stretch was an overtime loss to Toronto that didn't really feel like anything that set off major alarm bells. It felt like one that slipped away, but you had a chance to come right back with it and see if you couldn't turn things around really quick. And your next 2 games were against Tampa Bay, who had won 9 straight coming in. So, all right, maybe you just hit a team at the wrong time. Then you played Buffalo, who is, to this point, through over a quarter of the season, they've won 19 of their last 23 games. Kind of, again, wrong timing for that. And by the way, in that game, Vladar got hurt during the first period. So that's where that kind of went off the rails. And it just kind of snowballed from there. Now you had to go into Pittsburgh with your backup, which was always going to happen. But now you know you've got to lean on that goaltending situation. They ended up making a goalie change there too. The game against the Rangers is really kind of the one that gets to me because that's a team that had already admitted at that point that they weren't going to be contenders this year. And you still lost to them and badly. And just when you think that that's when you're out on the team, they go on that road trip, they win 2 out of 3, and they look a lot better. And they kind of reeled you back in for 3 games. And then the last 2, they're right back to the old bad habits and all the problems that were caused during the 6 games that they lost to start this whole thing. So that's it in a nutshell. That it started kind of as, well, it's a couple of injuries and a few hot teams, and it's turned into just mistake upon mistake and, loss after loss. And it's something that right now feels never ending.
It does, and Kevin Durso is with us covering the Flyers. You look at, I talk a lot about where this organization is and the direction of this team. We had people texting in earlier, that Briere's in over his head, he's incompetent, the fact that there is no direction. I mean, do you get the feeling that this kind of thing seems like it's spinning its wheels? Like, what is the buzz? This team had some buzz with Jonesy and Briere because, look, they're popular players. So you generally give the popular player a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt, but should we be now?
Yeah, it's tough. That's a tough question, and that's where they are right now. The problem is that what seemed to be aligning as a good plan now really doesn't have a path anymore because there's no free agents to sign. So when you had to make your decision a few weeks ago and you signed Christian Dvorak because the center market dried up and that was going to be one of the top centers on the market anyway, then, you were left with very little left to work with in that area. So now you're not going to be able to really get that game-changing player in free agency this offseason like you thought you might be able to. And the start of your season, if the problem with not making the playoffs after the start that you had to this season is now you've positioned yourself potentially out of one of the top picks again. So that's where you just keep spinning your wheels, and that's where those questions come into play. To look at the direction of the franchise since the last playoff appearance, you do have to split it down the middle. That the first 3 years of that were Chuck Fletcher years, and the last 3 have been Jones and Briere. But patience runs thin when you're not winning. Simple as that, and it happens in every sport. Let's put it this way: the Eagles won the Super Bowl a year ago. They don't win a playoff game this year, and offensive coordinators out. We have questions galore about coaching and play calling and everything else because winning is the cure all. If you continue to win, problems kind of get swept under the rug a little more or aren't existing as much. So now you have to look at kind of the plan for them and whether it's legitimate or not, because your point at the top of the show is very accurate. When you don't make the playoffs and you're not winning, you need something to show for not winning. And they have Michkov, and there's time there for him to still turn into the player they think he can be. They've got Martone on the horizon. there's not a whole lot of confidence about Lichenko. And if you want to pull the one thing, I heard the comment about, usually guys take 4 to 6 years to kind of come to fruition. You had that guy. He's on the roster right now, in fact, but he's not able to play because he's hurt. Tyson Forster took those steps after being drafted in 2020. So you had a player who was taking those steps, but he's not available to you. That kind of felt like, it was weird. When he got hurt, that kind of felt like the beginning of the end, and they actually pulled through for most of December. And it feels like now in January, it's catching up to him a little bit more.
All right, Kevin Durso's with us here, and Vladar back last night. Ersson actually, there were some people wondering, hey, should just kind of keep riding it out with him. He was in that role before. Vladar was brought in to be the backup. Did you see enough from Ersson to say, hey, just kind of keep the momentum going with him?
I've seen enough from him recently to say that that's probably your best solution for backup right now. I mean, the one he had a bad enough game coming out of, Vladar's injury that you gave Alexei Kolosov a start against the Rangers. And I don't care what kind of start the team in front of him had. When you go 0 for 3 on shots on goal and are next thing you know in a 3-1 hole, that kind of does it for, okay, clearly he's in over his head at the NHL level, back to the minors with you whenever the time comes, and you're going to roll forward what you have. I don't think that Ersson's suddenly the answer. What I will say about kind of going forward, though, is, okay, you want to take the next handful of games to the Olympic break to see if you can't get this thing back on the rails. I understand doing that. But if it's even worse than it is as of this morning, and there's reason to believe it will be, to me, the three biggest things you do for the rest of the season to kind of throw some form of progression into this season, and so it's not a complete lost year, is 1, let Michkov play wherever he needs to play to be at his best, potentially. Try everything. He's been on the left wing a lot. That's his off wing. Put him on the right wing. Also put him with Trevor Zegras and let Zegras play center for the rest of the year because you've got nothing to lose. You're experimenting. You're trying to get answers. And the third thing I would do is split the goalies 50-50. I know Vladar's typically been the number 1, but if the season is truly going to be lost by that point, I'm not running him into the ground knowing he signed for next year, knowing he's the number 1 option for next year, and possibly mortgaging whatever he has for the following season if I already know where this season is headed. If I have to try to squeeze everything out of this season for a playoff run because you're actively in it, then you're going to use him more. But I do not want to run him out there 18 to 20 times in the final 26 games when there's very little meaning to it. I would rather split them down the middle at that point.
During the State of the Flyers on Christmas Eve, we talked about Michkov, and your one hope to kind of recapture his season was this Olympic break coming up. Like maybe he can kind of rejuvenate after the break. Is that something you're still hopeful for?
Yeah, I would have to be at this point because if you need something, especially if the results are going down the tubes, you need something to grasp onto for going into next season. And he did himself no favors with this. I know there's a lot of discourse about his usage. It's all valid. I'm not saying that those people are completely off base, but he did himself no favors with his offseason. So now if you get a little period of time where you kind of can regenerate, I mean, at this point, the whole team needs this break just to get away for a little bit. I think we all do. At this point, I'm counting down the games as in the middle of a losing streak like this.
Which is wild because this team was like, wow, this is kind of fun. This is kind of neat. This is kind of like, and then boom, it just hit a wall, man.
It's almost like they poured everything into their first game in the new year was against Edmonton, which was another one of those statement type games. And then they had the Anaheim game where Cutter Gauthier comes to town. The fans are all jacked up for it. And it was a very physical game that ultimately resulted in multiple injuries during the course of it that had guys out of the lineup. So you almost have to ask yourself at what cost was that was a lot of fun that night, but at what cost? Because it feels like it threw a wrench into everything else you had going on. Then you had guys in different roles. You had guys out of the lineup. So you had to bring different people in. The structure is gone. That was one thing they leaned on was defensive structure. You saw it on the game-winning goal last night. Where's the structure there? You let a guy be wide open on the back door. They've been doing that constantly during these last 11 games. So that was suddenly gone. It seems like as fun as it was that night at Xfinity Mobile Arena, and I was there for it, it was an outstanding game and a fun time. You almost wonder at what cost because it feels like they lost their mojo after that.
All right, there you go. The Flyers last night, they lose 5-3. Get a hat trick from Konechny, then not much else. Boston tonight as Kevin mentioned on the back-to-back. The Sixers play the Kings tonight, then the Flyers play the Kings on Saturday. So you got 3 games in the next couple days. You can check it all out with Kevin_Durso on the X platform. Check out his Flyers Files podcast, which, man, the team was fun. I was talking about this earlier. You know, this is going to be the 6th year in a row they don't make the playoffs if something doesn't change here. And you keep wondering, okay, you've been bad for 6 years. What do I have to show for it? Not much.
Yeah, and that's I think where the fans are at right now. Like it's really at critical levels the way that fans react, and there's kind of a difference between the fans that are online constantly, chronically online fans, and the ones that come to the building more or less. But you get the sense that everybody's feeling it a little bit. Like that desire for playoff hockey is absolutely there from the fan base. They want it back. They want the path that gets you there the fastest. They're watching other teams that do it a certain way, that have gotten those level players and seem like they're on the right path. It's not to say the Flyers don't have a handful of those players in there, but they're not to the same level, and they're not at those critical positions that everybody talks about. That's where I think people are truly concerned about the direction, is that you're still searching for the same things you were searching for 5 years ago.
All right, there you go, Kevin Durso. Check him out at Kevin_Durso. You the man, Kevin.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
Always appreciate Kevin, his insight on the Flyers. And, of course, Kevin Durso here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. All right, when we come back, it is today's unsportsmanlike moment of the day, and it has to do with one of the bigger stories that's going around the NBA world, the Sixers, Giannis Antetokounmpo. He'll explain, Evan Cohen will, with our unsportsmanlike moment of the day, and it's coming up next. Evan Cohen said that this morning on Unsportsmanlike. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. He's basically trying to hold Giannis hostage. Is that fair or unfair for a guy that's done what Giannis has done?
I think it's fair for one reason. He said, unless Giannis overtly comes out and says, I want to be traded.
Right, the wording.
Right. There's a lot of speculation about, the Shams report yesterday kind of framed it like, not that Giannis asked for a trade, but like Giannis was like, well, if you guys want to make a trade and you're getting offers, maybe, Giannis is so.
If he's not demonstrative,
right,
you don't do it.
If he's not doing the James Harden.
I don't know, man. Like, I feel like if you're the Bucks, what does holding on to him do for you?
Keeps you relevant.
You're stuck in no man's land.
You are, but the only reason why
even with him this year, Josh,
sure.
They're 15-15.
Right.
They're 3-12 without him, so they're terrible without him. But they're only 15-15 with him. That's not doing anything for you.
No, it's not. But the problem is that if you are serious about hitting the reset button, you got to go all in on the reset.
Yeah, but here's the problem. The longer you wait, the less his value is.
True.
So don't you have to strike while the iron's hot while you're saying, hey, we still have an opportunity to get 2 or 3 or 4 first-round picks? I mean, I don't know. I can understand. There's a lot of times where if somebody – I agree with what you're saying, by the way. If somebody comes out and says, I want to be traded, sometimes you're like, I'll let you sit and rot for being that kind of, But in this situation, it might just be the right thing to do. Because I don't think I think my ship has sailed with Giannis.
Right.
Because we know their situation. They have no draft. They have done everything they can to try to get the pieces around Giannis. They traded this. They signed that guy. They got nothing left.
Listen, I don't mind trading Giannis, but you got to make a trade that's going to be a full rebuild. Like, you can't be trading him for guys who are going to keep you in the middle.
Yes. And that's why the Sixer trade would make some sense if they could get Edgecombe and multiple picks.
But Paul George makes no sense.
It doesn't, but the problem is you got to take the salary.
Unless you get the Warriors involved, make some 3-way deal, and you get Kuminga over to Milwaukee.
That's the big thing is Giannis makes so much money, and to move these guys, you got to match dollar for dollar. The problem with the George deal is he has 2 years left on the deal, so it doesn't give them full autonomy of relief because now you're stuck with George. But you also get everything that comes with George.
And by the way, you brought this point up with Nick Earnshaw earlier in the Nuggets. Giannis and Embiid together might not be the best deal for this team.
I have a hard time with that pairing.
Paul George hit 9 threes the other night. That's a lot better spacing.
All right. Yes, it was. I mean, and we talked about it yesterday. We laughed a little bit. If you get that Paul George, that's the one that you signed for the $50 million deal. Coming up, the latest on the Eagles and their their offensive coordinator, fraudulent slip, maybe. Their offensive coordinator opening. That and what are some of the things at 23 that Andrew DiCecco thinks have to be discussed? We'll ask him for Football at 4. Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's coming up next. 4 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. You know what it means. It's Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Andrew DiCecco's in the house today. We'll talk a little Birds with him. What's going on with the Birds and the offensive coordinator search? Where are we now with this thing? It has taken some turns, but what are these turns? Where is the read from Andrew DiCecco? What are the Eagles doing? A lot of due diligence here. What are they looking for? Well, there's some more teams that have entered the fray that don't have offensive coordinators, and that makes this thing a little bit more interesting than it was maybe a week or so ago when we talked to Andrew. So let's bring him back in and get his thoughts on the Birds as they continue on their search, Andrew, for the next play caller. And the Giants, they need a play caller. The Ravens, they need a play caller. The Jets, they need a play caller. And Andrew, they all have something that the Eagles don't. Defensive head coaches, guys who aren't going to be involved in the play calling, they get a lot of autonomy there. Does that put a little bit of worry if you're the Eagles in finding someone when other teams also need something and offer maybe a little bit more than you do?
I don't know if it conjures any sort of worrying if you're the Eagles, because they've cast a pretty wide net as they look for their next offensive coordinator, but it is something to be mindful of. And I think when you look at the head coaching vacancies and all the different offensive coordinator changes, Mike, that's exactly, well, it's part of the reason why it's taken so long for the Eagles to find one. But I would also say that the Eagles, and the same goes for any NFL team, they're not beholden to an arbitrary timeline in order to find their next offensive coordinator. I don't know that it makes it any more challenging that you now have some of these vacancies that have defensive-minded head coaches, but the Eagles seem to, they're sort of embracing this search, if you will, if that's the operative term.
So you take a look at what's out there right now. Last time we spoke, there was more meat on the bone. It's starting to get dwindled down a little bit here. Is there someone out there that you think is the right fit, or is this something that they should be continuing to do more due diligence and maybe uncover, turn over some more stones?
Well, I mean, based off conversations that I've had, Sean Mannion is someone that I think it becomes more intriguing by the day as I continue to gather more information. Josh Grizzard is going to have his second interview with the Eagles. That's a coach that I've talked about. Observing him at the East West Shrine Bowl, have pretty good intel on him as well. Matt Nagy's always a good fail-safe. I know that's not a name that's going to intrigue the fan base, but if you're looking for a competent play caller that isn't going to experience those type of growing pains, especially if you're a win-first-now team with urgency like the Philadelphia Eagles, he would also make some sense. But I'm not in the necessarily subscribing to the Jim Bob Cooter sweepstakes. I think you need to move further and further away from anything under that Frank Reich, Shane Steichen type of tree, and really try to find a way to reimagine this offense, because they really have to do that in order to evolve and grow as an offense. I really do believe that the NFL has sort of caught up to the Eagles and what they like to do and the style that they like to play, and I think you really do need to add another coach in there with a different school of thought.
Andrew, it looks like, as of right now anyway, you're going to hire somebody that not necessarily going to be you're not going to win the popular vote here, right? You're not winning anybody over with Josh Grizzard or Jared Johnson or anybody else that's currently on the list. I don't think anyway. You might disagree with me, but anybody they name at this point. Can you envision, though, bringing in a guy who was not a play caller in the past, somebody who has never called plays? Can they sell that? Should they go down that road?
Well, if they feel that's the best candidate, then you have to do it. But the optics, I have to say, are a little sketchy there, because the last two guys that they've appointed into that role that haven't had play calling experience, in Brian Johnson and Kevin Patullo, were ousted after their respective one-year terms. And I think when you look at that and you decide to go that route, you have to understand that it's going to require some patience. There's going to be growing pains that are going to accompany a first-year play caller. It's pretty common, but knowing how the fan base works, and more importantly how Eagles ownership works, I don't know that they've demonstrated a knack for being patient. Brian Johnson had a top 10 offense, and he didn't make it to a second season. So, but going back to your question, if they believe that a coach that has no play calling background is the best option. If they wowed them in the interview process and you're enthused with their ideologies and their vision for the offense, well, then I think you have to go that route.
Andrew DiCecco, Football 4, his new mock draft is out, and I'm really geeking out about that. I want to get into it in a couple minutes here, but I do want to get your thoughts on Sean Mannion, 33, two-year coach. He just left the league recently here. Is that a hard do you look at Mannion and say, hey, that's the guy? Like, at this point, the fact that they're going after guys with very little – he's got less coaching experience than almost everybody else they've covered. That's almost a complete – like, hey, not only do you never been a coordinator, you never called plays, he's only been a coach for 2 years. Does that seem like a fit?
Yeah, he's just a couple years removed from playing. He played in 2023 with the Seattle Seahawks. He was on their practice squad. I think it would be a tough sell from the fan base, but you can't worry about that. If you believe that this is the coach that's going to elevate the offense and take them to another level, then you have to do it. And everything that I've gathered on Sean Mannion, very high football IQ. He's exceptional when it comes to the teaching component. You look at his season with Jordan Love, and Jordan Love had the best season of his young career working under him. The fact that he moved up pretty quickly from an offensive assistant in 24 to being the quarterback's coach in 25 shows you how highly Matt LaFleur thought of him. And I think that's a coach that does bring some intrigue. Now, it's also a tough sell, I would imagine, for a team that has a lot of veterans like the Eagles do on that side of the ball. A coach who's 33 years old, who is just 2 years removed from playing, is his voice going to resonate? I think those are all fair questions to have. But I think of all the names, as we sort of parse through it over the past few weeks, he's probably the one that I feel most intrigued with about what he could potentially bring to this offense.
The names are kind of interesting. At this point, do you have a favorite? Do you have the one guy that you feel like, they're just kind of doing their due diligence, but it feels like, like I might say Matt Nagy. He's got the Andy Reid connection. Reid came out and kind of said, hey, he should be a head coach. And nobody seems to be taking the bait. The last time this happened, it was Doug Peterson, and the Eagles took the bait.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're asking me about a favorite candidate, I don't know that I'm overly infatuated with any, but the most intriguing to me is Sean Mannion. Now, I think you also need to guard against the potential of that particular young play caller, young coach who doesn't have play calling responsibilities, and sort of safeguard yourself by adding a coach like maybe a Matt Nagy, is a veteran, with as like a senior consultant or an offensive assistant that you can use as a sounding board or revert back to in the event that it's just not working out. I think if you go that route with a young play caller, you really do need to stockpile the coaching staff. Not even stockpile, but make sure that you have that as insurance, which they did not have last season.
All right. We got a lot going on with this coordinator search, obviously. That has not been resolved at this point. So Declan Doyle, he pulled out or wasn't going to get the job. Charlie Weiss, same thing. Although Weiss apparently is back involved for one of the jobs, right? I think I saw that a little earlier this morning. Mike Kafka decided not to be a coordinator. He's going to go to the Lions. You got Joe Brady looking to put a staff together out there. Brian Dable, he's going to go to Tennessee. Frank Smith, he's the other guy I haven't talked to you about. Frank Smith, interesting. He's a Mike McDaniel guy, run game guy. What do you make of this whole run game coordinator with Stoutland? Do you find that he is part of this situation? What do you make of this whole thing with Stoutland? And then Frank Smith is interesting because he's a guy who's been an offensive line coach.
Yeah, I think if you're bringing in someone like a Frank Smith, it's going to probably have to be with the understanding that Jeff Stoutland stays in the offensive line room and doesn't necessarily have much of a say, I would imagine, in the run game situation. It's an interesting conversation to have, right? Because Stoutland is a veteran coach. He has a lot of respect, a lot of clout, and rightfully so. He's one of the best position coaches and most respected in the NFL. But if you're looking to try to reimagine this run game, someone like a Frank Smith would be appealing because not only does he have that background under Mike McDaniel, but he also is versed in offensive line play. I go back to his tenure with the New Orleans Saints from 2010 to 2014, where there were 4 players under him that became Pro Bowlers. Jermon Bushrod, Jari Evans of Bloomsburg are two names that come to mind hit there. So I think that he would be kind of interesting. I think he's about 44 years old. You like the background that he's coming from. Not necessarily a household name, and I don't know if that's going to quell any concerns from the outside, but that's another name that I sort of jotted down as being intriguing for different reasons.
Yeah, Jared Johnson does have a little overlap with Nick Sirianni.
Jared Johnson, yeah.
Yeah, Jared Johnson. We were talking about him earlier in that the fact that some of these guys have ties to Sirianni, does that help them or hurt them? Does the front office say, you're not bringing any of your buddies in here?
Yeah, I think it more so has to do with the resume. And Gerard Johnson is a coach that he was. There was a lot of I guess intrigue with him because coming off the 2023 season with the year that C.J. Stroud had, Rookie of the Year, 23 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, but his play has regressed since then. And you have to ask yourself. Besides that, he doesn't have much of a background. He was with Nick Sirianni in 2020 as an offensive quality control coach. He's just 37 years old. Was actually in training camp with the Philadelphia Eagles as a quarterback in 2011 after his career at Texas A&M. But that's also not a coach. I haven't heard things about Gerard Johnson like I'm hearing about Sean Mannion, about like when his playing career was over. It was worded to me that it was very obvious that whenever his career was over, that he was going to be a successful coach. And you look at the impact that he's had in such a short period of time. Whereas with Gerard Johnson, I don't get that same sense. So I would probably be out on him, but that's just me personally.
All right, Andrew DiCecco has more on the coordinators over at InsideTheBirds.com. He's also got his first Eagles mock draft 1.0. It is up now at InsideTheBirds.com. They have pick 23. They could go a variety of spots here. Now, you went offensive tackle, offensive line, a guy that could probably, Caden Proctor, seen him in a lot of spots. But this is probably be a year at 23 where you can look at offensive line, you can look at edge, you can look at corner, and maybe some other areas as well. But you feel that offensive line might be the biggest issue for this team that they have to start thinking about replenishing.
Yeah, when I do these mock drafts, Mike, it's based off of information that I've gathered, thinking about how the Eagles typically approach things, and they like to build through the trenches. They don't have a succession plan in place for whenever it is that Lane Johnson decides to call it quits. And this feels like the year. It feels like the ideal spot for them to address that. So Caden Proctor, he won't even be 21 years old until June. He's 6'7", 366 pounds. You like the size. You like the length. He has the power to anchor. And I think he just plays with heavy, violent hands. That would be the quintessential prospect, I think, for Jeff Stoutland to work with and maximize so that he can eventually be that heir apparent.
Can play inside to start if needed?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I believe that he can, yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at, in round 2, which, I didn't mention wide receiver, but I like the fact that you put wide receiver on that list because even if you trade AJ, which that's a whole other conversation we can get into obviously down the road at some point if that even comes up, they do got to start to find a guy with a little speed as that third guy here. They have gotten nothing from the third wide receiver spot for a couple of years now.
Yeah, and what I really like about the player that I put there, Omar Cooper Jr. from Indiana, is that yes, he has a compact build at 6 foot 204, but he is really physical. I think close to 500 yards of his. He had 937 on the season. About 500 of that came after the catch. He's like a wrecking ball, almost like a running back after the catch. He can line up inside. He can line up outside, and he's very physical and attacks the catch point. So when you look at what the Eagles already have, and aside from Devontae and AJ, Darius Cooper, Britton Covey, Johnny Wilson, Danny Gray, and Quez Watkins. So that's an area that they're going to have to improve and try to bolster. Plus, you have to start getting a little younger and more cost-effective on that side of the ball because, as we talked about, that pendulum's going to swing, and you have to then adopt that same approach that you once had offensively with investing on the defensive side of the ball with so many young players that you're going to be looking to ensure that you keep in-house. So I went wide receiver there. And I think it does make a lot of sense on the surface.
Yeah, Omar Cooper Jr., Indiana. So if you guys were following the Indiana team and that story, you're familiar with Cooper, a winning guy. Going into the third round, I know these are players that people in the listening audience may not know as much, but tight end. Another spot you could even think at possibly at 23 if there's a guy that you like that good in the first round because they don't have a tight end on the roster other than Cam Latu right now.
Yeah, tight end's a position, Mike, that whether or not Dallas Goedert returns or not, you can you can certainly make a case for the Eagles being willing to try to find a way to make it work for another season. I know that he just had a career high in touchdowns, but he is 31. He does have an injury history. And so I think best case scenario here is the Eagles draft a tight end in one of the first 3 rounds. In this case, I have them taking Max Clare from Ohio State, and then he can serve as the understudy to Goddard for 1 year and then eventually take the reins thereafter. So Max Clare, 6'5", 243 pounds. I like that he has a knack for finding the soft spots in zone, good route runner, strong hands, is willing to play through contact. And this is a shallow draft, relatively, when it comes to tight end. So I don't know that the Eagles can afford the luxury of looking to day 3 and trying to take a flyer and hope that they pan out. So I went with Max Clare from Ohio State with the 3rd round pick at pick 68.
Very good. Enjoying it. The full mock draft. And by the way, the Eagles have 2 third-round picks, 2 fourths, and 2 fifths. And if you go through Andrew's full mock, you can see a lot of areas where they are deficient right now and need to kind of restock. I'll just give you guys a little insight if you want to go check it out over at InsideTheBirds.com. 3rd round, tight end, edge. 4th round, corner, safety. They need a corner. Some would say if you can get one at 23, that might be optimal. That's the thing, Andrew. Best player available at 23, it could be a corner, an edge, an offensive lineman, and you can make a strong tight end. You can make a strong case that they would need any one of those guys at 23.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned corner, and so the Eagles already have 2 top-end corners, 2 all-pros, and obviously Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, which is already more than most teams have. Adoree Jackson's going to be a free agent. I would argue that he would be worth retaining if the price makes sense, but I would look at him more as insurance, more as that Isaiah Rodgers type of corner, and then you would leave it up to trying to take an upside lane in corner. So that's the route that I would go, and then give someone for Joe Casper, their newly appointed defensive backs coach, to kind of mold there. And so I went with Damani Jackson from Alabama because 6'1", 197, you can't teach that kind of size, good press man, corner, plays really physically. I think that there are gaps that he has where he sort of bails on his technique, but you like the long speed. I think he's about a 4.3 flat guy, and he's coming from a high-level program. He spent his first 2 years at USC. So that would be a guy that I think Joe Casper can really grow with and develop if someone like that of that ilk is drafted.
And Joe Casper is the new secondary coach, obviously, with Christian Parker heading to Dallas. Speaking of Dallas, there is some reports that you got a free agent like Reed Blankenship. Maybe he looks to pair with Christian Parker. You might need a new safety if Blankenship indeed walks out the door. So keep in mind, you might need a new starting safety. You're definitely going to need a corner on one side. If Jalen Phillips walks out the door, you're probably going to need another edge rusher. And then, of course, all the things that they got on offense. We're going to be talking about that and more, but someone's got to call the plays. We'll keep our eye on that. Football at 4, Andrew DiCecco from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, and right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, man, I know this season's our favorite. Appreciate it.
That's right. You got it, man. Talk soon.
Take care. There he is, Andrew DiCecco, everybody. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. I'm going through his mock. First time little Eagle mock to start the day. You tickle your fancy a little bit? I know the draft's way off. I mean, April 23rd, but snow on the ground, more possibly coming, starting to do a little draft stuff. Caden Proctor has been mocked to the Eagles in a lot of different mock drafts. Although, I just saw the Mel Kiper mock earlier this week, and then Daniel Jeremiah, his mock earlier this week. And they had the same guy going to the Eagles in the Jeremiah and the Kiper, and that is Terrell from Clemson, corner. I would think, Avion Terrell, I would think they've got to look at a corner in that spot. The problem is they do need offensive line. They do need possibly an edge rusher. and they definitely need a tight end.
They do have a lot of needs. I definitely
First time in a while where you're like, I don't want to say that, but they legitimately have a lot of needs.
They do, but I do think that some of the needs that we are looking at can be addressed in free agency or trades. I don't think it's completely impossible to deal with whether it's tight end or safety or something else via free agency. You're right, though. When you look at the draft, there is an interesting curiosity about some of these guys because, one, how do they translate? You mentioned Proctor. Some people say he's a tackle. Some people say he's a guard. Remember Tyler Steen? He played tackle in college, kicked him in the guard at the NFL level. You mentioned Tyrell. Is Tyrell a guy who fits the Fangio scheme? Is he a guy that maybe projects better as a safety? There's a lot of questions about some of these guys, how they translate to the league. And I think the biggest question for Howie Roseman is, how many needs can I address before April, right? How can I handle free agency in a way where I'm not walking into the draft desperate?
Couple things. Free agency. These are the top 10 ranked free agents according to ESPN.com. Trey Hendrickson. Last year, his name was all over the place for trade. Now he's a free agent.
He's a guy that you have to ask the question about. Is he someone whose profile has diminished and he needs a team like the Eagles so he can hit back free agency one more time? Would that be
31 years old, by the way.
A one-year deal kind of situation?
7 games, 4 sacks last year. Got hurt.
Yes, he did.
So
that's why I'm saying he needs a prove-it deal. Would he be
number
willing to take
2,
that?
George Pickens. I would imagine that Dallas
is going to overpay to keep him.
Or franchises him. Okay. Number 3, Tyler Lindenbaum, center. Do the Eagles feel that they have a problem enough at the Juergens center position that they actually have to go down this road and maybe move Juergens back to the guard spot?
This is the name I love the most. I was a big Linderbaum guy coming out of college. I think he's been very underrated with Baltimore. I think you bring him to Philadelphia, give him a little Stoutland love. I think Stoutland can maybe push him to the next level like he did with Kelsey years ago. And now you kick Juergens the guard, and now maybe you have more of a strength on the interior than a question mark.
Daniel Jones, obviously out of the mix. You don't need that spot there. Jalen Phillips is number 5. What the Eagles do with Jalen Phillips is going to be a fascinating next couple of weeks here, right? He didn't make the impact you were hoping for.
He made a impact, but not the impact.
Correct. Wide receiver Alec Pierce, number 6. I definitely think that the Eagles need to find a speed guy or a possession guy. They lack that player.
And
now
course,
he's both speed and possession. He's not that 5'10" undersized slot guy. He is more, but he's a straight line guy.
Right.
And he can do it all. He would be intriguing.
I will say this. If you look at some of the guys they're interviewing, you mentioned Sean Mannion. We've talked about Matt Nagy. These are coaches whose offenses historically have been a part of offenses that have spread the ball around.
7, Breece Hall, running back. Don't need that. Rasheed Walker, a tackle. Probably not going to go down that road. I would imagine they draft and develop their own.
Correct.
I'm looking at where there's a guy on the free agent list where you're starting to say, hey, that makes sense. And quite frankly,
Linderbaum's the guy.
Linderbaum at center, okay. But the spots where you definitively need a corner, not a lot there. Alontae Taylor from New Orleans, fine. Versatile, can be maybe an inside-outside guy. Woolen from Seattle. His name has come up in trades a lot. He kind of had a great breakout rookie year, then he kind of fell off a little bit.
Right.
After that, you're really starting to drop off big time. What about, you need a tight end.
Yep.
You go draft or you go free agent, a guy like Isaiah Likely.
Likely's interesting because
Kyle Pitts, by the way.
Kyle Pitts is the big name, right? But I think he's going to get a psycho deal. So I don't know if the Eagles are going to want to spend the kind of money on him. But Likely is that kind of next guy tier. He showed you very good receiving skills in Baltimore.
I always liked him in Baltimore. I wonder if he was a bigger part of the offense. Someplace else would he be even better? Although the tight ends, but they had Andrews out there too, so he had to kind of split the time. All right, when we come back, talk about trades, talking things that are moving and shaking. Michael Kasky-Blomain from the Trust the Mikes podcast. What does he think about the Giannis stuff? And where does he see the Sixers as they get to the trade deadline next week? We'll talk to him about it. Coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. 431 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Hey, don't forget, the Metro Classic is underway at Stockton University. We're going to be giving away tickets here in about 15 minutes from now, so stick around and listen if you want to go see the Metro this weekend. We'll have tickets for you coming up on the Sports Bash. If you want tickets, you can go to MetroClassicBasketball.com. Sixers take on the Kings tonight. You can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. Michael Kasky-Blomain joins me now. He's the host of the Trust the Mics podcast. You can check that out on all podcasting platforms. You can read more of his NBA and Sixers coverage at the Sporting News and, of course, right here at 97.3ESPN.com. He covers the Sixers. He joins us now. All right, man, what's going on? We got Giannis Antetokounmpo that we need to discuss. He wants to play with Maxey. Do the Sixers, well, it intrigues him at least to play with Maxey. Do the Sixers reciprocate? Do they see a match here? Do you see a match?
Yeah, Mike, we were just talking about this on the pod earlier this week, and I knew, once that news dropped, we were going to have something to talk about. But I would be shocked if Daryl Morey doesn't at least reach out to Milwaukee and the front office there to kind of get a feeler for the asking price. The fact that Giannis wants to play with Maxey, not super surprising, but really a compliment to how great Maxey has become and the type of guy that can draw, the attention of other superstars to want to come and play in Philadelphia. So at the end of the day, I don't think that Giannis will be wearing a Sixers uniform, later on this season, but I do expect the Sixers to at least do their due diligence and do some sniffing around on his availability for sure.
Does it make sense? I mean, if you had to give up, say, let's just start with Edgecombe. Does that make sense at all?
Not to me, Mike, and that's pretty much the line that I draw in the sand. As great as Giannis has been, and that's not a knock on Giannis, obviously, like one of the best players in the league over the past decade, NBA champion, like everything you could say good about a player. But 31, starting to have some reoccurring injury issues. And to me, I might be a little higher on Edgecombe than some others, but to me, like, this is a future star, like a future superstar that's 20 years old, 11-year age difference. I have a tough time getting behind mortgaging the future for, to go all in with another 30-plus superstar dealing with some injury issues, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, the Paul George aspect of it, you got to trade the money off there. What would the fit be with him and Embiid in your mind?
That's another concern I have, too. They play, obviously, different games, but they occupy a lot of similar areas on the floor, and they both really excel with the ball in their hands. Obviously, like Giannis likes to get the defensive rebound, get out in transition. He earlier this season asked to play more point guard and said he thought the Bucks were at their best when he has the ball in his hands. So I just don't know how him and Embiid would really operate in the paint offensively around the same area, take the ball out of Maxey's hand, which, he can play off ball, but I have questions about the fit in addition to, giving up some of this young talent that the Sixers have acquired.
So if they're not in the Giannis situation here, you sent a trade to me for Giannis's teammate that I found to be highly interesting, and that was Bobby Portis. If you were to get a guy like Bobby Portis, and you're giving up in your trade scenario Oubre and Drummond. Drummond's name has been reported, and Oubre's a little bit, only because of where they are salary-wise. What is the feedback on that trade from the fans, and do you think that trade would make the Sixers better?
You'll be shocked by this, Mike, but the fans were almost completely split on this trade, at least from what I've seen. There wasn't really a consensus agreement. Some people saying it would be the best trade since the Luka Doncic trade. Some people say it would be a disaster. And I'm actually not hugely in favor. We talked about this on the pod. I don't think the Sixers should be looking to move Andre Drummond just for the sake of it. I think Kelly Oubre has been great for the team this year. So I wasn't even necessarily throwing that out there to say it's something the Sixers should do. But, with all the Giannis talk, if they're looking to move him, that would probably lead you to believe that they'd be open to moving some of the other role players on the team. Bobby Portis, obviously, a kind of guy that we've talked about that does some of the dirty work, doesn't mind rebounding, hustling, playing some tough-nosed defense, can knock down some shots. Like, he's a guy that would fit. I don't know if subtracting Oubre and Drummond, your best rebounder, plugging Portis in would necessarily make you better. But there's an argument that, it would be it's something that they could consider.
Michael Kasky-Blomain, the podcast Trust the Mics. You can check that out on YouTube, the X platform, and, of course, right here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. they lose the game on Monday, awful. Then they bounce back with a really good effort against Milwaukee here. What do you make of this team as they enter the deadline?
Inconsistency has been tough, Mike, but I think that back-to-back, that Monday game, which was, we both said, probably the worst loss of the season, and then a really nice response on Tuesday, it can show you when this team is at full health with Joel out there, Paul George, who had probably his best game of the season in that Milwaukee game. He was awesome down in the second half, knocking down threes. When they have those guys available, which, in theory they would for a playoff series, I think they could contend with any team talent-wise. The inconsistency during the regular season has been tough with guys in and out, but they're, to me, still a team that's you can't overlook in the Eastern Conference given how wide open it is.
Yeah, Charles Barkley said the other night, he basically said if Embiid is healthy that the Pistons can't beat them. Do you agree with Barkley's assertion there?
I don't know about can't, Mike, but it certainly to me would not be any sort of an easy series for the team that's been dominating the Eastern Conference this season in the Pistons. I mean, if you look talent for talent in that series, Sixers might arguably have the two best players in Joel and Maxey. Obviously, Cade Cunningham has been great, but I mean, yeah, I would put the Sixers up against any team in the East in a series if you have Embiid and Paul George healthy, which, Mike, as you know, is the biggest if with the Sixers as always.
Right, this is an important stretch. Get your thoughts on that because you got the Kings here, right, which is a team that is basically going to be looking to make moves at the deadline. They have struggled this season. You got New Orleans, another team that has struggled. L.A. has been on fire, but that starts a long 5-game West Coast trip where you're playing L.A., Golden State, the Lakers, Phoenix, and Portland. That's 5 teams all pretty much in the playoff mix right now. You come home and you got that Knicks game. So this is a 6-game stretch that's going to be pretty interesting for this team right after, leading up into the trade deadline and then right out of it.
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. I think we'll learn, a good amount about this team coming up in the next couple of weeks, especially on that 5-game road trip out west against some really good teams. And I think that's why it's important that they take care of business tonight. They let that game in Charlotte slip against a Hornets team that's been playing really well in fairness. And guys, like you said, have guys on the trading block. Like this is a game the Sixers should come out tonight, take care of business. Same thing against the Pelicans on Saturday. Get a couple of wins that they should get under their belt before they head out on that road trip, which, like you said, it splits the trade deadline. So it will be interesting to see how the roster looks before and after next Thursday. But I think, a week from now, if we're having this conversation, we'll have probably a little bit better of a feeling about the team and the roster, after the deadline next Thursday.
Chris Bouchard's name has been mentioned, but not playing a lot, played with Nick Nurse. I mean, is that kind of the deal? You tweeted out that that Morey has made a deal pretty much every year. He's not going to sit on his hands, will he?
Nah, Mike. I mean, I would bet that something's going to come down the pipe, but to your point, it's probably going to be an ancillary thing, like a move around the edges of the roster. I would be shocked if there's, any sort of big blockbuster, but Chris Boucher, that's a guy obviously fits the Nick Nurse mold, long, rangy, athletic defender that can play a few positions. I don't know how much the Sixers need him when you got Barlow and Walker and Bona and some of these other guys. But, Nurse's interest in the Sixers' interest with the Nurse thing makes sense. That's why the Portis thing I threw out there, because to me, that's the type of move that I think we should be expecting from the Sixers. I do think they'll make something, but nothing that's going to generate headlines on SportsCenter.
I like that one, man. I definitely, the Portis, and I hate to see Oubre. He's giving them something, but, Portis is a better shooter right now than Oubre is. He kind of fills that stretch 4 that Philadelphia lacks, and he's a nut. The Sixers need a guy who's a little crazy on that team.
They literally call him Crazy Eyes. Reggie Miller on that broadcast, every chance he got, he kept calling him Crazy Eyes. But yeah, and I like it too, Mike, and it makes sense because you're going to lose Kelly Oubre this summer for nothing. You're going to lose Andre Drummond this summer for nothing. That's why the Bucks might like to do it, because Portis still has a couple years left on his deal, which would be considered, but they would get that money off the books this summer when Oubre and Drummond become a free agent. And you have Portis, so I think it's 2 years left, so he would match up with the Paul George contract and kind of be maybe a part of the group with, Joel and Paul George before you fully move into the Maxey and Edgecombe era.
Yeah, I definitely tonight. You're playing a Kings team. It stinks. They're looking to make deals. I talked about it before. I wouldn't be if you could figure out a way to make a deal with Sacramento. The problem is the money. The Sixers have a hard time making deals with anybody because of the money situation. But if you could get Sabonis from them, that would be an intriguing piece. We looked at trades up and down the trade machine. We couldn't find much. You found a good one there with Portis. But why would they want to trade Drummond is the other question. He's the only guy on the team that can rebound.
That's the thing, and that's why I'm against the idea of just like shopping him and trading him for trading him. I mean, if you think that bringing in Portis in, that he could kind of take some of that rebounding and probably play a little bit more. Drummond obviously has a pretty niche role here. Nick Nurse uses him in very specific situations. Maybe if you think that Portis would have a little bit more wide range of use on the team, I would understand it. But yeah, to your point, like that's the type of move I'm looking at because they just don't have, unless you trade one of the big three, Mike, as we've said, Embiid, Paul George, or Maxey, you're really not moving the needle. I would do a Paul George, Jared McCain draft pick thing for Giannis, maybe. I know you're high on Jared McCain. Is that something you would consider?
That was the next topic on my mind here.
Beat you to it.
I'm cool with moving McCain in the right deal. I'm not like he's not an untouchable, obviously. The last 2 games, has he shown you enough that you're intrigued to give him a shot to maybe take over that role from Grimes or give them another piece the second half here?
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. I mean, I always thought that he should be getting a little bit more burn than he has throughout this season. It's been tough watching him, seeing him. And we talked about it a little bit. The end of that Hornets game gave him like a little bit, I think, of confidence moving into that Bucks game where he had his best game of the season. And that's exactly what the Sixers need from him, like the floor spacing and transition, catch and shoot guy. So, I mean, it didn't show me enough that if he was a swing piece in like a Giannis trade, that I wouldn't move on from him. But assuming he's going to be here moving forward, I think he showed that he brings something to this team that can be helpful, and Nurse should, make it a point to try to get him more minutes, which he really hasn't done much so far this season.
Yeah, it almost, and listen, as much as I like McCain, he hasn't deserved the minutes when they've given him.
Yeah.
He hasn't grabbed a shot. But this last 2 games, you wonder, is he finally getting her over the knee, the thumb, and finding a rhythm? 5 for 6 from 3 the one night, 4 of 8 from 3 the other night. I mean, the only good part about the blowout game was that he got a chance to just run it and play, and he looked a lot more like himself. And then he really followed it up with a much better game in the win the other night.
Yeah, and he should get more burn tonight, Mike. Hopefully this is a game where the same thing, where you can get him some added minutes against a paltry Kings team to get that confidence flowing, because they could, you can always use floor spacing and shooting around stars in the NBA, Mike, and he can really provide that.
Well, and especially, one of the things we talked about on the pod is the fact that Maxey played 40 minutes Monday, 43 minutes on Tuesday, then played 40 minutes again on Thursday. I mean, you're just playing too many minutes. They got to try to give more minutes to whether it's McCain or Grimes to lessen the minute load on Maxey.
Yeah, that's a great point, Mike, and that's another reason it's so promising to see McCain do this, because even if he can eat up, 10 to 12 minutes that it's relying on Maxey and Edgecombe and give those guys a little bit of relief, like that would be huge going down the stretch. I think you're seeing Maxey hit a little bit of a wall with like the workload and the minute load that he's had to carry so far this season. So that is really promising to see McCain be able to play like that. If he can continue it, that would be big for sure.
All right, make sure you check out the pod, Trust the Mics, Michael Kasky-Blomain. That is on YouTube and on the X platform, Trust the Mics on X. You can check out the Twitter there and follow us, as always, here on the Sports Bash. And check out his work at the Sporting News. Check out his work at 973ESPN.com. At The Real Mike KB. Thanks, man.
All right, Mike, good talking to you.
As always, MKB, Michael Kasky-Blomain. When it comes to the Sixers, Trust the Mics. The podcasts, you can get it on all podcasting platforms, YouTube, and the X platform. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, we're going to give you a chance to win some tickets. We got that. Plus, 5 o'clock hours on the way. Jeff McClain on his latest podcast with Mike Silver, breaking down some of the biggest Eagles offseason topics. We'll hear what he has to say. That's all coming up in about 15 minutes on the Sports Bash. 451 Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. What's up? I'm Mike Hill. The Metro Classic Basketball, it's at Stockton University. Or open today. Tickets are available at metroclassic.com. metroclassicbasketball.com. But right now, first 5 people who text in 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Text the word Metro, M-E-T-R-O. First 5, I'm going to hook you up with a pair of tickets to go watch the hoops at Stockton University. This is the top high school players in the country. Guys like VJ Edgecombe, Carl Anthony Towns, Cade Cunningham, they all played here. It's that level of high school basketball at Stockton University. 609-403-0973. First 5 text message we get with the word Metro. You got to include Metro so we can look for it. First 5 people, you'll get a pair of tickets. Your name will be at will call. We will contact you if you are one of the first 5 text messages that we get. 609-403-0973. It's at Stockton University all weekend long, the 29th, the 30th, and the 31st. Pick a day. Your name will be at will call. First 5 people we get. The text message must include the word Metro, so when we do the search, we'll just put Metro in, and everybody who texts that word, first 5 ones that come up, you will be in the gym.
Absolutely.
Easy enough?
Very simple.
Now, I was planning on going tonight when I'm done here. We'll see. Tomorrow, going to be a big day. AC High's playing one of the days. Middle Township's playing one of the days. So we're trying to get a bunch of us to get on over there. But talking today, McGarry was on yesterday talking about it. He has a whole article over at PressiveAC.com. But the schedule for the tournament today, it's already underway. Day 1 is started at 3 o'clock. But you got unbelievable national powers that are playing at this. Just if you're interested in the local teams, Atlantic City is playing Saturday at 5 o'clock against Roselle Catholic. Middle Township plays right before that at 3:45 against Christian Brothers. So if you want to see the double dip of the 2 local teams, you got Saturday, 3:45 Middle, Atlantic City at 5 o'clock. The rest of the day, I mean, the schedule is unbelievable. The schedule is unbelievable. And then the big thing is if you go to the website, okay, you go to the website and you take a look at the alumni, people who have played. I keep mentioning, some of the players, and VJ Edgecombe, Cooper Flagg, Brandon Ingram, Cade Cunningham, D'Angelo Russell, Carl Anthony Towns, Jonathan Kuminga, R.J. Barrett, Scotty Barnes. These are the type of players that are going to be playing at this event. So, you want to go? I'll give you one more chance. I haven't looked at the text board. It may or may not be filled up already. 609-403-0973. Send us a text. Use the word Metro. All right, 5 o'clock. It's the Sports Bash. A lot of people texting in for the tickets. You'll be contacted if you haven't been already for the people who have won. Josh is handling all that behind the scenes over there.
I'm a handler, Mike.
He's in charge. We're all counting on him.
Yep. For better, for worse.
Fun show today. Been all over the place. Little 4 for 4 kind of day. Start off with Sal Licata.
Yeah, you traveled to all corners of the multiverse here.
If you missed it on the YouTube channel, you can scroll back to the 2:30 half hour into the show. You had Sal talking Sixers, Knicks with a 4-game win streak all of a sudden. Sixers playing tonight. You can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. Then we talked about Phillies, Mets, and then Eagles, Giants. Kind of like a New York, Philadelphia autopsy crossover there. All right, we have a bunch of stuff we want to get into this hour with the Eagles. And some of the stuff that you've been hearing this offseason. The offseason's here. Now it's the autopsy. You know what ends up happening? The season's over. The disgruntled start talking. The agents start to say, this is what was going on. They start to tell the people they want to get the messaging out there, and then the fingers start to point. Jeff McClain, who has been a long-time beat writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer on the Eagles beat. He's probably been there. Man, he has been on the Eagles beat almost as long as I've been here. I know he was on the Penn State beat before that. But since he moved over to the Eagles beat, he is kind of one of the senior guys on that beat. So Josh listened to the Uncovering the Birds podcast and uncovered a bunch of interesting things from that podcast that we are going to kind of dissect now and break it down.
Yeah, so for those who are not familiar with McClain and Mike Silver, they both actually have very similar personality types. So they
I hung out with Mike Silver at Radio Row in Vegas one year.
Yeah, so these guys, you can tell on the podcast, they actually are like pretty good friends. They basically emptied the notebook. They use that term, right? Remember back in the day, MLB, Baseball Tonight on ESPN? They had a segment with Peter Gammons and Jason Stark, Empty the Notebook. That's what this podcast felt like. So we're going to start with, they started digging deep into the offensive coordinator stuff. And Silver had a very interesting insight about what made Kellen Moore different than Kevin Patullo and why Moore worked and maybe Patullo didn't. Here is Mike Silver from The Athletic.
When Kellen Moore was there in that Super Bowl season in 24, he just kind of coached through it, just said, I'm not indulging the quarterback. I'm not over communicating with him. I'm just going to tell people what we're running. Obviously, we're going to be a run-first team with Saquon Barkley and this great offensive line and whatever. I'm calling the plays, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time worrying about it. Now, he was a short-timer. He's now the head coach of the New Orleans Saints. But it seems like maybe there was a little bit more of an effort to indulge Jalen coming off the Super Bowl MVP season.
So he comes off the Super Bowl MVP season. He's essentially insinuating that they wanted to give him more say.
Right. And it was interesting because he talked about how Kellen Moore, he says he didn't indulge the quarterback. He didn't over communicate with anyone, he said. So it almost sounds like Kellen Moore said, get out of my office. I'm going to go to work. I don't need Jalen.
Kellen seems like too nice of a guy to say that, though.
Hey, listen.
Doesn't he?
He does, but, he's a former quarterback himself, so he does
quick.
have a command of a room.
According to Jeff McClain 10 minutes ago, Jared Johnson, he also got a second in-person interview. He was in the building today. That, according to Mike Garafolo. But, as McClain tweets, 4 reported second interviews. Mannion, Jim Bob Cooter, Grizzard, Jared Johnson. They right now seem to be your big 4.
For now. We know that could change because there are so many job openings still open. So that's what Kellen Moore was like, according to Mike Silver. Jeff McClain.
So, according to Mike Silver, Kellen Moore was more, hey, it's my way or the highway.
Yes.
Which is interesting because he has kind of an all-shucksy personality, but maybe he's,
Listen, Kellen Moore is, I believe, either the winningest or second winningest quarterback in college football history. So
Boise
State, right. So, he does know how to lead. Jeff McClain went on to confirm Mike Silver's account of the Kellen Moore short tenure.
When you brought up Kellen Moore, because, I've heard the same about just like, there was kind of like a certain, like, I wouldn't say aloofness with Kellen, but Kellen would just like, kind of like in his own way, just kind of tune out. I wouldn't say tune out Jalen, but just the way he handled it when it came to like, okay, we're doing this, we're not doing that.
Aloofness is interesting because it's almost like he could act like Jalen said something and, oh, I forgot.
Right.
Like he could definitely play like
he always had that like Opie look on his face, from Andy Griffith show. It was kind of like, oh yeah, whatever kind of look on his face, right?
Yeah, that's why I said he always seemed so nice. I mean, I never met the guy. I don't know. I mean, he always had this look that he was just a very nice, kind of all shucksy kind of guy. So both of them are insinuating that Kellen Moore was kind of put my foot down at.
Correct.
You're not going to push me. I'm not a pushover.
Right. To which McClain goes on to explain the differences in the other coordinators from Steichen to Brian Johnson to Kevin Matula to kind of paint a picture maybe for everybody listening for why Kellen Moore worked and maybe some other guys didn't work.
With Shane Steichen, who was the first offensive coordinator they had there, I think he had a little more gravitas. Jalen was younger, so he'd go around with that. With Brian Johnson, from what I was told, obviously the dynamic there, having known Jalen since he was a kid and the closeness that he has with the Hurts family, I think that made it difficult for Brian sometimes to assert his authority with Jalen. And with Kevin, I think Kevin was certainly frustrated, but, coming off a Super Bowl win, and I think Jalen expected certain things, I think there was a little bit of an overpowering there in terms of, getting what he wanted.
His point, though, is Jalen was a little younger in the game.
With Steichen.
Right. So that's where it's hard to decipher because, it's like anything. You get hired for a job, you don't really voice your thoughts and opinions until you get a comfort zone.
Right. Like, for example, there have been many times in our years working together, Mike, that when I first started working with you, you probably thought I was a bit of a nicer guy than you think I am now. Whereas
I don't know that my opinion of your niceness has changed much at all, actually.
I think I say things sometimes now, and you're like, whoa, you really just said that?
Every once in a blue moon, you might say something where I'm just like, whoa, good grief. But, he probably had to keep his distance, know his role until you get to a point where you can. So that's why the differentiating between Steichen and Brian Johnson, it's hard because of where he was in his career at that time. Then he gets to the Super Bowl and he plays so well to when he gets to Brian Johnson. Now he has more gravitas to be able to tell Johnson put it in a little bit more insight.
Which comes to this other clip I wanted to play, Mike, which is Jeff McClain says there's really only one person in the Eagles building that Jalen Hurts actually listens to anymore. Take a listen to this. I want your reaction to this from Jeff McClain right here.
I think the guy he listens to the most in the building is right now Nick Sirianni. And there was a period there where, there was definitely some friction there. But I think now Jalen has realized that Nick is going to have his back. And I think that's what he probably wants more than anything.
There's an endorsement for Nick, big time.
And remember at the end of Hard Knocks, when I heard that, I immediately thought of the end of season Hard Knocks, right? It's just Jalen and Nick left in the room talking to each other at the end of the season, right?
Right. And he says, we'll be back. And he says, I have no doubt.
Exactly.
It was a very, we'll be back. I have no doubt.
Yeah.
It was almost like
But it's also the moment before that part you're talking about, whereas for those who go back and watch Hard Knocks, or if you're like me, only have HBO Max for 3 more days because I immediately canceled it when Hard Knocks is done, which is you see Jalen after the end of season meeting walk up to the front of the room and just stand there and pull a Josh.
Yep.
Where he waits for the crowd to disperse before he talks to the guy he wants to talk to. And then you don't hear the audio for a chunk, and then you hear the end part.
I will say, and by the way, this report just came out from Jordan Schultz. He says because he reported earlier today that Josh Grizzard interviewed for the second time. He said one thing on the Eagles' OC job. The idea that it's not appealing couldn't be further from the truth. Based on what I've gathered, the talent on the roster is legit. The hunger from the front office to keep improving the roster is legit. And they've had 2 OCs in the past few years go on to become head coaches. If you have success, you're going to be a head coaching candidate. It's as simple as that. The narrative some are pushing just is not the case. So I say that because do you come in interviewing for this job and see how on the same page Hurts and Sirianni are and look at that as a good thing?
I think it's a good thing now because remember a couple of years ago.
Because my point is, could you say their relationship is too strong? Where am I going to fit in?
Or maybe you need to make sure you have a strong enough personality who's going to walk in and elbow his way in there.
Listen, I think that I'm pretty, what's the right word, when it comes to the teams. Like, one day I might say you're really good, and the other day I have no problem saying you stink. You know, like, I'm not like, whoa. I'm not making excuses. I'm pretty level-headed when it comes to these teams. If I'm interviewing for the job, if I've said I'm an offensive coordinator and I came in and I saw this roster, I say the success of this team over the last 25 years, Howie Roseman, Jeffrey Lurie, I want this job. I'll take it because I think if you're a coach, you're just cocky enough that you think that you're better than everybody. That's just the way it is. You know, I might have lesser talent than you do, but I think that I can out-scheme you, and that's the way coaches think. You know, most time coaches think, just give me a team, I'll coach them up, and we'll go out there and win. And that's why I think this job has to be attractive to these guys.
Well, that's part of the reason why Mike Silver said on the Uncovering the Eagles podcast that he doesn't understand why. So according to Mike Silver, Brian Daboll, he interviewed for the job, but Mike, according to Mike Silver, not Mike Gill, Mike Silver, he never wanted the Eagles job.
Weak sauce.
Dayball was like, no, don't want Eagles, don't want any part of that. And then ended up going to Tennessee, which people have very different opinions on Cam Ward. And I think Brian Daboll is one of those who loved him coming out and all that. But you're judging an organization that has an owner that is going to be very hard to beat out for number one in those rankings in Jeffrey Lurie. And you're against an organization that has an owner, Amy Adams Strunk, that probably when the list comes out will first give thanks that Woody Johnson exists.
Now, listen, I could say today, like my initial reaction to hearing that is I lost a lot of respect for Daboll. Like I thought this was a guy who wanted to be in the fire.
Right.
You're in Buffalo. You're playing for Super Bowls. You go to the Giants, New York. Of course, they stunk, so maybe that kind of bit him a little bit. But I want to get back in the fire. Now, my point of saying this could bite me, if we're talking at this time next year, the Tennessee Titans turn into the Jacksonville Jaguars or the New England Patriots, where Brian Daboll and Robert Saleh turn that Titans team all of a sudden from worst to first because it happens every year, then he might get the last laugh on me. So, at this stage on January 29th, happy birthday to my cousin JR.
Happy birthday.
We have a lot of January birthdays in our family.
Too many.
A lot. On January 29th, 2026, I don't see Tennessee flipping it right now. Now, they have the quarterback. And if you're Brian Daboll and you're saying that's the thing that entices me the most, okay, I can understand that. But if I'm Brian Daboll, I want to be back in the fire. I want to be back in the Super Bowl mix. I'm not there right now. Because, okay, if I turn that team around and I go from what,
Worst
they win
to first.
3 games this year, Tennessee? 3 wins?
You go to 9.
What am
let's
I
say.
going to, 9? Are you satisfied with a 9-win team? That's a 6-win turnaround.
Well, maybe to him, because you mentioned, and so did Mike Silver, about Cam Ward. Mike Silver explains what the NFL scuttlebutt around the league is about Jalen Hurts.
Seems like you would go Eagles 100 out of 100 unless you think the quarterback is going to get you fired. And you know how this league is, and people talk. Now, as far as Jalen, I don't want to sit here and bang on him. To be charitable to Jalen, he cares a lot, right? He's a perfectionist. He's constantly pushing himself and other people to try to be better. There have been the Michael Jordan comparisons with the brand Jordan. I think it's different when you are Michael Jordan, you can be insufferable and relentlessly competitive and push everyone.
I don't think anybody questions that about him, though, whether he cares a lot or, any of that. I mean,
what he said
it's
at the
almost
end.
like he cares too much and he can't.
Exactly.
He
doesn't know how to dial it back.
He can't enjoy. He can't enjoy the win. Like he wins the Super Bowl, and it's almost like he's already thinking about the next one. And that's the way, the Jordans and the Tigers and that group of guys, Kobe, that's the way they think.
Silver goes on to expound on that point, Mike, that one of Hurts' problems is that he's not one of the guys like other great quarterbacks have tried to be.
Jalen's not really hanging out. And so, is he a loner? Is he just kind of disconnected from his teammates, away from the facility? Does he have different priorities? Maybe all of that. But it's easier when it's enough one of the guys. And Joe Montana was one of the guys. Dan Marino, John Elway, even when they were huge, they were one of the guys. Brady started out as one of the guys. I think it became harder. Peyton, it was harder.
I can see that being a little bit of an issue and I've said this before, like he's the kind of guy that you just seemingly can't put your arms around and hug as
Correct.
a fan and say, man, because he's so guarded, Jalen.
And listen, that's something I said this past weekend on Hanging with Hennig here on 97.3 ESPN. I said I think part of Jalen's problem is a relatability issue at times.
Yeah, he is definitely not relatable to anybody.
And it doesn't mean he's a bad guy. As Jeff McClain goes
The problem is, Jordan, you're not relatable. Kobe, you're not relatable.
Right.
Tiger, you're not relatable. They're also the best of the best. There is some ambiguity about Jalen and where he's
exactly
place on the pantheon is.
And as Jeff McClain goes on to say, listen, we're not trying to blame everything on Jalen Hurts. McClain goes on to explain, this has not all come down, the problem with the Eagles, on Jalen Hurts' shoulders.
Even though the quarterback has a lot of power, he has a lot of sway, he's the franchise in some respects, I do kind of fight back a little bit against the notion that, Jalen is just kind of like running the organization and Nick and Kevin are just kind of like, oh, woe is us. So I do see I do see it kind of, pointing the finger at everybody involved in what happened.
Goes back to what I said yesterday. There's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different things that went wrong with this offense. Jalen's a part of it. It's not all the blame is not on him. Kelsey has said it. The offensive line, to me and Kelsey, highest on the list of problems here. To me, the offensive line is just an unquantifiable reason why your team struggles so much.
You mentioned the offensive line, Mike. Well, about almost 40 minutes into the podcast, they finally got to the offensive line, did Jeff McClain and Mike Silver. There have been a lot of speculation about the Stoutland element when it comes to the offense coordinator search. McClain explains that Stoutland, contrary to other reports, is not an obstacle.
People have been throwing out there that like Jeff Stoutland's position as run game coordinator has kind of dissuaded candidates from trying for the job, or they left, like Mike McDaniel being one of them. Like, this is where I think things stand with Jeff Stoutland. Like, he's not sure. I'm sure he's not sure, like a lot of the assistants, whether he'll be back, quite frankly. And that's strange to say. But when you hire an offensive coordinator, you more often than not want to give him the ability to hire the coaches that he wants under him.
Especially the line coach. But God, in this case, are you getting a better line coach than Jeff Stoutland? I don't think so.
Right.
That one's interesting, obviously. The thought that Stoutland could be an obstacle here, and he's saying, we don't even know if he's going to be back.
Right.
I thought that was a big comment right at the end there to essentially questioning whether or not Stoutland is guaranteed to be back or not. Because you would think that Stoutland would have a lifetime deal to be the coach here for as long as he wanted to.
And listen, that's where the next part of information, the report that came out late last night from the Jeff McClain Uncovering the Birds podcast about what really happened with the run game coordinator job during the 2025 season.
He does have that run game coordinator responsibility. And this is from what I understand, at some point last season, that was pretty much taken away from him.
Oh,
Now, I don't know if that was because he wasn't getting the job done, or they just decided, okay, we're better at doing this. If you look at prior to this year, how well they ran the ball, and Jeff Stoutland being in charge of the run game, you would think that you'd stick with the guy.
So that kind of does say two things. One, if they took it away from him and said, "Oh, we could do a better job," somebody had a mess up.
Right.
Or two, the offensive line was in bad shape.
And they told him, go focus more on the O-lineman instead of the run game.
Well, and like I heard Kelsey talking about this, he had said on another outlet that Landon Dickerson was just so banged up that he was like just not himself really.
Yeah. Same with Cam Jurgens.
And Jurgens, we all know he had the back problem and just never came around. I think you couple that with Steen was a downgrade. Lane was out. And Mailata didn't play all that well. I mean, and how much did Mailata not playing well have to do with the fact that, Dickerson wasn't himself?
Correct.
So,
for example, we remember that before the Eagles got Brandon Brooks to be the bodyguard to the right side of Jason Kelsey, the Eagles had some problem with Kelsey in the middle of that line. But as soon as they got Brandon Brooks, the right guard being the bodyguard basically for the center, right? And that's when the offensive line really started taking off about 10 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, Stoutland, I've talked about this many times, has been here through Chip, he's been here through Doug, and then now through Sirianni. And in every incarnation, they've had one of the best running games in football. And it's not with a high-level running back until they got Saquon. They never had this big-time running back.
No. Even in 2017, they had 3 running backs, basically. They were rotating.
The Stoutland stuff there at the end is definitely an eye-opening one.
Well, I got a little more information for you because McClain goes on to say that he doesn't think Stoutland actually has as much say in things as people like myself have wondered.
I don't think Stoutland. Someone suggested it was Stoutland saying, I'm not going to change the run game for this. Like, no, I mean, he doesn't have that type of sway. It's not going to be Jeff Stoutland. So I think that was ludicrous to be tossed out there.
All right, so that's interesting because a lot of people do think that Stoutland has. It's almost like Stoutland is like the big dom of the offensive staff.
Right, and he's saying not so fast.
This all kind of tells me when people ask the question about Sirianni that Sirianni's got a pretty big voice in that room. If Stoutland doesn't, who does? Sirianni. If Jalen Hurts doesn't listen to anybody else but Sirianni, Sirianni has a lot bigger role than people, I think, give him credit for.
And that goes back to what we played the audio earlier. Jeff McClain says that he doesn't think Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie are going to let Sirianni hire another Sirianni guy for the job.
Nick is technically leading the search, right? I think it's in his contract. He just got an extension. You hire your own coaches. What I meant to convey is how many people view it around the league and inside the building. I mean, Howie and Jeff aren't going to allow Nick to kind of like hire a best friend again. Or, I'd be very surprised if Jim Bob Cooter ends up being the selection because of his relationship with Nick. I'm not saying it won't happen, but they're probably at the point now where it's like, okay, who's left?
Well, that would rule out Jared Johnson almost too then because
Correct.
he's a guy who's worked with
Sirianni
in the past. Yeah, I mean, if the front office is saying you can hire, you just can't hire your buddy.
Right.
That's what that sounded like, right?
Right, exactly. It sounded like, listen, you can talk to whoever you want. You can interview everybody, but you're not hiring your friends. And I thought it was interesting that McClain confirmed a theory that I had previously, Mike, that this interview process is actually not just about finding the next offensive coordinator.
They seem to be interviewing everybody. And I'm sure some of that is being done to kind of get ideas, see what the landscape is, and use that as an opportunity.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, I mean, and this happens everywhere. You talk to guys, you start to say, hey, let's hear what he has to say. Let's piece together this, and this. I don't have a problem with talking and meeting and interviewing as many people as you possibly can. Knowledge is power. Information. Okay? I see no reason why the Eagles need to rush through this. For who? For what, Ricky Waters? What am I rushing for? Who's there that I'm missing out on? Do you put your fist down and say, they have got to get who? So take your time, talk, collaborate, gain information. That's how I see this right now. There's more from this podcast, right?
Oh, there's a lot more. I got more for you.
All right, stick around. We're going to hear more from this Uncovering the Birds podcast. We'll react to it with Jeff McLean and national NFL writer, columnist Mike Silver from The Athletic. They did the Uncovering the Birds podcast. If you want to listen to the whole podcast, you can check that out on all podcasting platforms. We're kind of just taking some of the snippets from this and reacting to it here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. I am Mike Gill. Coming up, Sixers tonight. They take on the Sacramento Kings. You can only hear it on your home for Sixers basketball, 97.3 ESPN.
This isn't the first time the Eagles have had a prolonged search. They did when they hired Nick Sirianni. They did when they hired Doug Peterson. They kind of like maybe backed their way into some of those hires because they had guys that they were really keyed on in both the circumstances that they didn't get. But, I trust Jeffrey Lurie. I think for the most part, his track record speaks for itself. I think Howie Roseman, when he is involved, his track record speaks for himself. I mean, he was the one who called Vic Fangio 2 years ago and got him in the line and said, hey, come here.
Something I've been saying the whole time is this organization's track record is, who am I to question? They have taken their time, done their due diligence, and hired people off the beaten path and have hit home runs. Andy Reid, Doug Peterson. Like the Chip Kelly thing, people kind of say, well, Chip Kelly, quite frankly, Chip Kelly won a lot of games here. I mean, he came in, won again, and then it kind of went off the rails at the end of his last year, but he never had like a 4-12 season. I mean, I think he won 10 games, and 9 games or something like that, or 7. I don't know what his last season was.
Yeah, he had a losing record his last year, but I think the bigger thing with Chip Kelly is that, and Jeffrey Lurie has admitted to the mistake he made, which was,
and he admitted it and removed it instead of letting it, spread.
But one of the reasons he said he made a mistake was not just because he says he should maybe not have hired a guy like Chip Kelly, like, personality type, but he says he gave him too much power. So I think that's where the Howie Roseman thing comes in, which is part of the reason why, whether we like it or not, that Nick Sirianni has this job is because apparently there's a good working relationship between Howie and Nick.
By the way, Chip was 10-6, 10-6, 6-9.
Right.
So think about that. 3 years, he's 26-21. He wins 55% of his games here, and Jeffrey Lurie realized I've made a mistake with a guy who's won 55% of his games, and he says enough. So again, I trust that when he finds a guy, at that point, he finds Andy Reid. That's his first big hire.
Right.
Actually, his first hire was
Ray
Rhodes.
And by the way, can I really point out, I'm glad I was going to mention that. I've heard Derek Gunn talk about this on his podcast on Inside the Birds, where he says, Jeffrey Lurie's first hire was Ray Rhodes. Ray Rhodes went to the postseason his first year, just like Chip Kelly did. And after 3 years, both men were let go by Jeffrey Lurie because Jeffrey Lurie realized, I don't have the right guy here.
Yeah, Ray was a kind of a defensive coordinator guy.
Correct.
He was the defensive coordinator in San Fran, and I think before that he was in Green Bay.
I think it was Green Bay afterward.
The Eagles hire him, and he does a good job. He's 10-6. He's 10-6.
Exactly.
And then the roster starts deteriorating,
and it fell apart.
They fall apart. He goes 3-13 his last year. He ended up getting another job in Green Bay. He got fired after 1 year there. But in Philadelphia, by the way, he was 10-6, 10-6 his first 2 years, and then it falls apart on him. But that being said, do we have some breaking news?
Yeah, Adam Schefter is reporting that the Eagles are hiring Packers quarterback coach Sean Mannion as their offensive coordinator.
There you go. So I tweeted it out yesterday for the record. Let the record show, Josh. I tweeted this out at exactly. Let me pull this back up.
John Clark is confirming the same Schefter report.
There is my tweet yesterday at 4 o'clock, right before football at 4. I said, my guess is Sean Mannion will be the Eagles' next offensive coordinator, trying to figure out a way to spin it as a guy with no play calling experience. Maybe I'm wrong. Nagy is the safe pick, but Eagles pride themselves on finding that guy that wasn't on anybody's radar.
Well, he's certainly not a friend of Sirianni, so McClain got that part right.
So some breaking news. The Eagles have finally hired their offensive coordinator, which really messes up the best of the sports bash.
Touche. It's a good thing I have other options.
So breaking news, and this was my tweet yesterday if you're watching on YouTube. That was my guess yesterday. Sean Mannion would be the Eagles offensive coordinator. Sean Mannion is now the Eagles offensive coordinator.
This is breaking news on 97.3 ESPN FM, South Jersey's sports leader.
The Eagles have hired head coach offensive coordinator Sean Mannion. Who is he? Okay, let's find out. Sean Mannion is the
he's the Packers
quarterback coach, which, by the way, Didn't the Eagles go down the Packers quarterback coach route one other time?
Yes, they did.
There was a guy named Andy Reid.
Yep.
That ended up getting that job.
They also hired a guy who was a former Packers quarterback as well as their head coach.
Doug Peterson was a Packer quarterback. He came with Andy Reid. That is correct. So Sean Mannion gets the job. I don't know, he has no play calling experience whatsoever. By the way, he played in the NFL. His last game was in 2021 with the Minnesota Vikings. Played 6 years in the league. Played with the St. Louis Rams, the L.A. Rams, the Minnesota Vikings. He was in Seattle. He bounced back and forth, kind of a journeyman quarterback. He was a third-round pick, which is interesting because third-round pick, he did have some talent. He went to Oregon State. He was a good player at college.
By the way, the Eagles did not wait. They have put it out on their official social media.
Yeah, see, and I tweeted this out yesterday. It started to feel to me that Mannion was the guy that the Eagles would not let get out the door. Why? I started to do some more research and started to talk to some people, and it just started to feel that Sean Mannion was the kind of guy that you do your due diligence on, and you're just like, you know what? This is the guy. This is the guy. And you started to see the Green Bay Packers fans. They were not happy. A lot of Green Bay Packers fans, a buddy of mine's a Packer fan. He covers, he lives out in Green Bay. He covers the Packers out there. And a lot of Packers fans were ready to move on from Matt LaFleur. And they wanted this guy to be the new head coach because he developed Jordan Love. He made Malik Willis look like a competent quarterback.
He did. They say he did great work with Malik Willis for 2 years and with Jordan Love. Mike Silver, last night on the Uncovering the Eagles podcast, explains Sean Mannion's background, but Silver doesn't think that he should have been the guy the Eagles hired.
Been part of that Packer operation. You see it when Malik Willis comes in, who the rest of the league gave up on. Like, wow, they had that guy ready to play 2 years in a row. Like, wow. Like, Malik Willis looks really good. He's a young guy. He was Jared Goff's backup in L.A., but it would be, I feel like Sean Mannion is the type of guy you hire when you have your head coach is, Mike McCarthy or someone, like someone really accomplished as a play caller for years and years and years, and you're now grooming him and bringing him along.
Listen, I agree. Like I've said many times that the Eagles needed to find the Vic Fangio to be their offensive coordinator. That guy wasn't in here unless you said Matt Nagy. If Matt Nagy was the guy, instead they went with a guy who has even less experience than Kevin Patullo. I mean, he has been a coach, Sean Mannion,
for 2 years.
For 2 seasons. I don't hate it. I'm not going to say this is like Nick Sirianni, though. This is like when they hired Nick Sirianni. You don't know enough about Nick Sirianni to say whether this is the right hire or a good hire or a bad hire. So anybody who's got any judgment on Sean Mannion, he hasn't done anything. Now, you might say, because he hasn't done anything,
that's the problem.
That's the problem. I can understand you having that thought process. But there are people out there right now that are saying, look, this guy's going to be a head coach. He's going to be your Josh McCown. Because there are people out there who wanted you to hire Josh McCown a couple of years ago, right? There people thought that he was going to be the next head coach. Now, some of these guys, Sean Mannion's the guy that people are saying, hey, he's a future head coach. And when I started to see that the last couple days, I read an article about Sean Mannion. And this is what it said. He's a fast riser. The story behind him is that Matt LaFleur coached Mannion with the Rams. After the 2023 season, the Bears wanted to interview Mannion for a coaching job. Mannion set up a call with LaFleur and asked if he could hear his pitch to prepare him for the interview. LaFleur was so impressed, he hijacked him. And Mannion interviewed with the Bears. He went back to Green Bay, and LaFleur hired him on the spot. So, and this is the way the article ends. Most Packer fans right now would prefer Mannion as the offensive coordinator over the current offensive coordinator Adam Stanovich, who's the guy out there currently. Now, they don't call the plays, the coordinator out there.
But what's important about all this is that the story that you just heard about Sean Mannion happened to two other guys who are from the Kyle Shanahan coaching tree. Mike McDaniel was sabotaged multiple times by Kyle Shanahan, and that's why he didn't get other coaching jobs. Sean McVay was sabotaged by first Mike Shanahan and later Jay Gruden, not letting him get interviews for jobs. So there seems to be a pattern in that coaching tree where they seem to when they see a guy who has a future, they're like, I can't let you out of the building.
Yeah, McVay tree kind of.
He's definitely, I would say, McVay tree more so because he learned the most of what he knows during the McVay years with the Rams.
Hey, listen.
Also, by the way, Kevin O'Connell as well.
You are putting your neck out there, and you're saying I'm either going to hit a grand slam home run or I'm going to strike out, and that'll be it for me. You're going to crash your bird. You know what, though? Sirianni could afford that situation because no matter who he hires, even if you're mediocre, you're probably done.
Right.
If you don't hit the home run on this, you're probably out of chances. Now, the problem becomes he's going to come in here. Let's say they score 29 points a game. The offense looks great. What happens next year? Sean Mannion at 33 years old. You know what these teams are looking for.
Young up-and-comers.
They want the young up-and-comer.
So there could be a possibility that goes well, but then Manning gets hired for a head coaching job next cycle.
No doubt. If he comes here, gets the job done, you can anticipate sometime around Thanksgiving next year when they're starting to put the list together of, these are the hot coordinator names, Sean Mannion's going to be on that list if this all works out. I don't have a problem with it. I like the decision that you are with what's out there because there was not it's a huge risk right now, right? Huge risk. But with what was out there, there was no home run hire. I was asking, now, you could have gone Frank Reich.
But the Eagles didn't want to even interview him.
They didn't want to interview him. I talked to McMullen about this the other day, and he was suggesting, look, it was a weird dynamic where Reich was Sirianni's boss. Now you're flipping it the other way, put him in a tough situation. Well, your guys' reaction, everybody, if you're listening right now, got one segment left. Sean Mannion is the new Eagles offensive coordinator. Text your thoughts. Like it or not. 609-403-0973. Hit me up with a text right now. If you're listening, you're in your car, you're listening, you're watching on the X platform or on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, you're watching on X, you're listening in the car. 609-403-0973. Do you like the decision to go with a guy with no experience, no play calling, never been a coordinator? Sean Mannion is the new Eagles offensive coordinator. He will pair up with Jalen Hurts in this offense and try to get them out of a 19-point loss at home in the playoffs. We'll react to it one more time coming up next. All right, the Eagles have hired offensive coordinator Sean Mannion. He is the new OC for the Philadelphia Eagles. Your reaction? Send us a text, 609-403-0973. Dennis in Vineland says, I think it's a good hire. I agree, Dennis. Listen, I'm not going to claim to know everything about Sean Mannion, but my intuition says you got a guy who was a very marginal player in this league. That generally is a good sign. LaFleur, McVay, good offenses that he's been around. I have no problem with what was out there. This, to me, is the most intriguing of what was out there. Johnny G, what's up, Johnny G, says, boo! Don't like it. Sirianni will be gone either way after this year, but hoping for the best. Go Birds, Johnny G. Johnny G, I will say, a lot of people think Sean Mannion, in fact, our buddy Evan Cohen just tweeted out.
Yeah, Evco tweeted out that I gotta pull it up again, but here it is. Sean Mannion automatically becomes the hottest 2027 head coaching candidate and on the hottest hot seat at the same time.
And if it works out, he could be the next Eagles head coach.
That's what too. By the way, Albert Breer put out this information. He said people need to know that even though Mannion shuttled a lot of his career back and forth to multiple teams, as a player, the majority of his coaching tenure was influenced by Sean McVay, Kevin O'Connell, and Matt LaFleur.
3 names that I think you should be excited about. More text messages. Guys, what do you guys think about Sean Mannion? 609-403-0973. Tom from Atlantic City chimes in. Let's see. Sorry, I lost that one for a second. Tom from Atlantic City says, just like you guys mentioned, not enough info on Mannion. If he will be a good OC. Obviously hope he will be good. It's boom or bust. Tom, you're absolutely right on that. I think with his background and who he's learned from and he's been around, could be the boom. The bust could be never called plays. Could be in a situation where you're like, hey, this guy doesn't have the play calling experience or the rhythm or all that stuff. Jeff in Ocean City said, let's roll. Anyone is better than Kevin Patullo. That's fair to say. Patullo was really bad. Really bad. 609-403-0973. Dan in EHC says, it's saying that Sirianni wants to have a say in play calling. I guess, are you saying that it's being reported as that, or is that what the hire is telling you? That the fact that they hired him, that means Sirianni wants to have a say in the play calling? I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that at all.
Meaning like he wants to have his playbook kind of implemented like it used to be. Is that what he's saying?
Maybe he's saying that. If that's the case, I don't know how that would work because Mannion, his background is very different than Sirianni's.
This is what I like about it. McVay, Kevin O'Connell, and LaFleur. They are all totally out of the tree of what Sirianni likes to do. And this might be Sirianni saying, you know what, I just went through the most painful season offensively that I've ever gone through. I have no problem admitting that my offense has hit the end of the road. Let's bring in someone else who has a completely different set of ideas that I do.
So let's read into this. How about this angle? The Eagles interviewed a lot of people from the Kyle Shanahan coaching tree, right? A lot of people who have McVay, Shanahan, LaFleur, O'Connell connections. Is that maybe a signal that that was the direction they wanted to go in all along?
I think what it says is they tried to talk to Declan Doyle from the Ben Johnson. Let's get a lot of ideas because we want to change this whole thing. So let's interview the candidates who can best change what we do.
Right.
That's the read that I get on it, is let me change the offense. And if I'm going to change the offense, let me get someone who impresses me the most. Because if I'm going to change it, I want to be blown away by it. And he gets a guy who says, listen, I've worked with Matt LaFleur. I've worked with Kevin O'Connell. I've worked with Sean McVay. I do a little bit of this. I do a little bit of that. I do a little bit of that. I like to implement this. Philip is watching on YouTube. Game management is the key. Can he do it? That's where Sirianni steps in, though, Phil. That's where Sirianni comes in. He's the guy who manages the game.
And by the way, if you remember watching Hard Knocks, how many times did you see Sirianni telling Patullo, go for the deep shot here, or you got to run the ball here?
Michael's watching, says, I think Mannion's gotten credit for helping Jordan Love. I will hold my judgment until after I see what he brings to the table. I think that's the way most people should play it, but, people like to react. Good stuff, everybody. That'll do it. Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Don't forget, Sixers basketball tonight. And we'll be back tomorrow on a happy hour Friday. Sal Palantonio reaction. George in Galway says, terrific hire. Just read a report by someone this morning saying he's rapidly rising among the coaching circles. I love they went with someone young. He will bring novelty and creativity to the offense. Just what we needed. Have a great night, everybody.